Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
I'm Shivani Sharma reporting from line of control in the Uri sector where the situation remains tense.
People staying at line of control have started to move out.
Level of tension between India and Pakistan is too high.
There is a sense of fear and there is a sense of apprehension of rising escalation.
The situation along this border also stays tense.
I am Brijesh Doshi reporting from the village which is just 40 kilometers away from the Pakistan.
I'm Sharad Kumar reporting from Jaisalmer.
Right behind me at 800 meters, there's an international border with Pakistan.
We are reporting from Gurdaspur near the international border.
I'm Mir Farid from war zone Jammu and Kashmir.
This is Anmol Nath Pali, Devankur Vadhavan,
Naseem Basir,
Shivani Sharma,
Ashraf Wani,
Kamaljeet Sandhu,
Mosmi Singh.
This is Ashutosh Mishra reporting somewhere near the line of control in Naushera sector for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A story of courage emerges from grief. Even as a family mourns the brutal murder of a father, Santosh Deshmukh, 18-year-old, Vaibhavi Deshmukh has shown extraordinary resilience by scoring over 85% in her class 12th exams. Santosh Deshmukh, Sarpanch of Masajog village in Maharashtra's Beed district, was killed in December after he resisted an extortion bid made on a wind energy firm. The murder of Santosh Deshmukh led to the resignation of State Minister Dhananjay Munde over his links to accuse Valmik Karad. While the police have filed a charge sheet in the case, one accused is still absconding. In the face of tragedy, Vaibhavi Deshmukh stands as a symbol of strength. Bureau Report, India Today.
Mangala Awale is quite a driven woman. What else would explain Mangala picking up a completely new job at the age of 65? She started driving an auto rickshaw in Nandgaon, a small town in Maharashtra's Satara district, just a few days ago. Mangala's husband passed away long time ago. She raised her son and 3 daughters working as a labourer. While her daughters are married and son is employed as a driver with the State Transport Corporation, Mangala did not want to be a burden on them. Commuters say Mangala is an inspiration for them. Mangala is in the field from 9 in the morning till 6 in the evening. After deducting expenses, she earns 500 to 700 rupees every day. Fitzaklen Mulani, Bureau Report, India Today.
Good evening, I'm Anjali Istwal. Welcome to India Today. Let's take a look at the big headlines of this hour. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh lauds Operation Sindoor, says India entered Pakistan and attacked its air bases, gave befitting reply to Pakistan's terror.
यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा, यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया।
Indian Air Force says operations are still underway. Prime Minister Modi chairs a crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. India's water strike on Pakistan is super effective. Parched Pakistan cries out for water. Pakistan to beg for Indus waters at military talks. Normalcy prevails in Amritsar, Jaisalmer, Srinagar after late evening ceasefire violations and tense calm overnight. Red alert ends. Locals out on streets early Sunday morning. While India downplays US involvement in the ceasefire, US President offers to Mediate on Kashmir says we'll see if there can be Kashmir solution after 1,000 years. We begin this bulletin with the big breaking news coming in. As time goes by, pictures of India's impact on the Pakistani soil are surfacing. We are going to show you some satellite images that lay bare how India's strike impacted Pakistani air bases. Seeing on your screen right now, you can see Pakistan Bulari Air Base images. It shows what kind of damage India inflicted on this airbase. This is a satellite image, and you can clearly see that India that went ahead with a precision strike, and most likely by what we were calling an air-launched cruise missile, an ALCM, a precision strike. That could be the reason. As you can see on that image, the airbase is destroyed. A part of that hangar, you can see, has been destroyed by the Indian missile strike. Most likely a BrahMos strike. For more on this, let's go across to my colleague Shivani Sharma. Shivani, as time is going by, we can see these satellite images cropping up. And clearly, now we can see the impact of Indian might on the Pakistani soil. Images of different air bases now coming out, and we can see the damage right there on the screen.
Anjali, these satellite images are just verifying what Indian armed forces have done in Pakistan after 26 people were killed in Pahalgam. So this is how Operation Sindoor was carried out in 9 different locations using ballistic missiles. And thereafter, when Pakistan tried to enter India once again through the drones, it was not only neutralized, but these important military infrastructure, including the major air bases, the Sargodha Air Base, the Skardu Run Strip, the Rawalpindi Air Base, the Noor Khan Air Base that we are calling it, the Rafiki Air Base, these all are very intelligently and planned. They have been selected as a plan because all these air bases were being used to attack Indians in these strikes from Pakistan that were coming. And we can see clearly in these pictures, Anjali, the runways have been destroyed. There are craters in some of the pictures that can clearly be seen on the runways. And runway is the backbone of operation at a air base. So if there's no runway, there can be no air operation. For that matter, if we see some other pictures also, there are major damages that are being reported to the infrastructure, the building, the structures out there, or the support vehicles that have been damaged in the strikes by India. So all in all, it is very evident from these pictures, and very clearly it also is mentioning, the pictures are showing, in fact, Anjali, that these strikes were planned very precisely and with precision. These were measured strikes. We knew where we have to hit the airbase. So this was excellent planning and precision by the armed forces, and the BrahMos missile, the other weapon systems that were utilized for this operation have once again shown how India's defense might is ready for any kind of challenge, and it can intrude the Pakistan's boundary to teach it a lesson if it ever tries any kind of terror act against India.
Right. Absolutely, Shivani. What you're saying is true, and we are going to try and explain to you these images so that you can understand the impact of India's strike. Now, this is of, as we told you, the Bulari Air Base. This is a Pakistani air base, and you can see that is the target area, possibly a hangar. A hangar where military assets like the planes, the jets could have been kept. It's close to a short taxi area, and then it goes to the airstrip. So that establishes that it's an hangar. And let's see a zoomed in image now of that target area. In the zoomed in image, you can clearly see the damage where the missile has struck. So this is what is called the munition impact point. And there you see a huge hole in the roof. This is the damage that happened after that precision strike. Now this could, what you see around here could be, as it is stacked, it could be possible structural damage to this hangar. Now, as we all know, hangars are used to store airplanes and any other assets in a military airbase that could be used to target India. But here you see it's been damaged. And this damage is a clear indication of the fact, what you see through a satellite image, that India hit Pakistani air bases, and that too with precision weapons. And that precision weapon could be an air-launched cruise missile, which is the BrahMos. Next, let's try and move on to the next visual that we have. This is of the Pakistani airbase, which is the Jacobabad airbase. Now, we'll try and show you how that has been impacted by the precision strikes that we are talking about. Here in this picture, firstly, the target area. That's the target area. And to understand how this has been impacted, let's go into the zoomed in version of this target area. Well, the Indian strike has destroyed the hangar and the airbase apron, as you can see. Clearly, you can see a damage that has been inflicted by Indian missile. Now, the main apron of the Jacobabad airbase, that has been hit. So, this is a vast damage that has been done by the Indian Air Force, Indian weapons, and this is the reason why Pakistan was unnerved, and then it started considering a ceasefire and reached out to US to try and negotiate something. Now, Jacobabad Air Base, you can also see that there is some sort of a secondary damage to the ATC building. This here you can see is the ATC building, and a little bit of damage is seen, not because of the munition point entry, but because of secondary damage, debris may have fallen off or some other impact must have happened, and there is damage to the ATC building as well, which is the air traffic control. Now, Indian strike was done after Pakistan had targeted India in many places, and this is why India targeted about 11 air bases in Pakistan and hit them with precision equipment. Now, let's go back to Shivani Sharma, who still continues to be with us. Shivani, we are trying to explain through these visuals how India's strike has impacted Pakistan. Now, when the visuals, the satellite visuals come, and you can see it on the screen, it's there for the world at large to see what India did. This kind of underlines India's might, especially in terms of the missile power we have now. And it will send a message, as we were earlier sending diplomatically and politically also. But this is sort of like a message written on a missile sent right there to the heart of the Pakistani Akas.
Anjali, what we are seeing and explaining to our viewers are two important things. One, the impact of the missile systems that have been used by India at various places. Number two, the kind of missiles that have been used there. So we are talking about the BrahMos missile that happens to be a supersonic cruise missile, a missile which the world is looking up to, and many countries have shown their interest in this particular missile. And this has a range of 450 kilometers. We also saw the picture of the booster that is actually used to boost the range of this missile. So when we see these pictures, actually the impact of BrahMos is very clear. Not only BrahMos, there can be many other strategic missiles that have been used in this operation, but the impact of these missile systems is clearly showing that how we have turned these operational air bases in Pakistan to just mere debris and buildings that cannot be operated for long years to come. They need to be made again. So these infrastructural damages that have been inflicted by India on Pakistan has made it incapable of carrying out any kind of operations for some time, and especially against India. And that was the aim of this whole operation, first to thwart the attempts of any kind of intrusions into Indian boundaries by the drone systems. The air defense systems were destroyed in Lahore, in different other locations across Pakistan, Anjali. The second one is the kind of the details when we see of these pictures. Initially, what we were seeing were the videos that were coming in from Pakistan, various media outlets out there. They were playing out those visuals of initial blasts and fire, the devastation that was quite critical. Later, we saw some photographs of the Murid K terror outfit and other places in Pakistan where we had carried out Operation Sindoor. But now we are getting the details in these satellite imagery where we can actually see where the impact has been made. The hangars that happen to be one of the most crucial asset in an airbase where the aircraft are parked, the storage area and the other support systems that have been damaged out here. They are clearly showing, Anjali, the kind of destruction India has done to Pakistan, and all credit goes to our ballistic missile system. The combination of weapons that was selected for this mission by the armed forces, not only the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force and the Navy was also very much in picture, because a lot of surveillance was also required. A lot of operation that was happening with all these forces together had a multiple combination, multiple assets that were deployed, and ballistic missiles like BrahMos, they have actually shown a very lethal impact on all these infrastructure in Pakistan.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shivani, for trying to explain to us what really has happened and how these satellite images are now making it clear to the world how India hit back. Now, over 8 military bases in Pakistan have been destroyed by India, as you saw in these pictures, satellite images as well. As the India-Pakistan tension are at an all-time high, India is keeping a close watch on the activities of Pakistan. Here's the news report.
Pakistan once again targets Indian military facilities. In an assault that started on Friday night, Pakistani forces used drones, long-range missiles and fighter jets to target 26 locations, including key Indian air bases. In a grave escalation, Pakistan also used Fatah-1 missiles. Indian air defense system thwarted most of these attempts. Pakistan also resorted to firing across the border using heavy caliber weapons.
Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control.
In a befitting and calibrated response, India carried out precision strikes at 8 military targets of Pakistan. The strikes were carried out on technical installations, command and control centers, radar sites and weapons arsenal of Pakistan. The locations targeted by India include Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Rahim Yar Khan Air Base, Joint Staff Headquarters in Chaklala, Sukur Air Base, Pasroor Radar Site, Sialkot Aviation Base, military installations in Rafiki, Murid and Chunia. Indian attack inflicted damage on 4 air bases. These are Noor Khan in Rawalpindi that houses IL-78 refueler and Hercules, Rahim Yar Khan which has JF-17s, Rafiki Air Base which also houses JF-17 aircraft, and Murid Air Base where fleets of unmanned drones are kept.
Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की।
These unexpected and coordinated attacks by India has rattled Pakistan. The terror state is nervous. but Indian Air Force is monitoring every movement of the enemy. Bureau Report, India Today.
So the Indian Air Force has hit multiple military and aviation sites in Pakistan, damaging their key infrastructure. India also hit the runway of Mushaf Air Base in Sargodha. According to satellite imagery that has been captured and released to the whole world. Image captured off the Sargodha Air Base following the India's airstrikes inside Pakistan suggests potential runway damage. Pakistan Air Force Base Sargodha holds a strategic importance and value to the Pakistan for the following reasons. Firstly, Sargodha Base also hosts Pakistan's central ammunition depot, which stores nuke-capable M11 ballistic missile. The airbase is also a strategic plans division which oversees Pakistani nukes. It also acts as Pakistan's military transport hub and is used for mid-air refueling of Pakistani jets. So Operation Sindoor, which is a high-intensity strike that tore through terror strongholds deep inside Pakistan and POK, is also currently underway. We've been told that the ceasefire is just a pause. Now the discovery of BrahMos missile parts near the Pakistan border in Bikaner is fueling speculation about its role in the operation. So we bring you more details about BrahMos and its use.
Precise, supersonic, ideal for hardened targets. India's BrahMos missile was the Brahmastra in its war against terror. The BrahMos was a key weapon of choice during Operation Sindoor. Unleashed, it hit Pakistan's terror headquarters with precision. BrahMos's primary target was Bahawalpur, the base of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and it was struck with devastating accuracy. The strike eliminated two high-value targets, Yusuf Azhar, the brother-in-law of Jaish chief Masood Azhar, and wanted by India for his link to the IC-814 plane hijacking. Azhar's eldest brother-in-law and in charge of the Bahawalpur Jaish headquarters, Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, also eliminated. Hours after India paused kinetic operations against Pakistan, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurated the BrahMos Integration and Testing Facility in Lucknow. He declared, BrahMos is a message in itself.
BrahMos दुनिया के सबसे तेज सुपरसोनिक क्रूज मिसाइल्स में से एक है। BrahMos सिर्फ एक हथियार नहीं है, बल्कि यह अपने आप में एक मैसेज है। मैसेज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के स्ट्रेंथ का है। मैसेज दुश्मन के प्रति हमारी डेटरेंस का है, प्रतिरोधक क्षमता का है। मैसेज हमारी बॉर्डर्स की सेफ गार्डिंग के हमारी प्रतिबद्धता का है।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also hailed the BrahMos, calling it the Brahmastra.
BrahMos मिसाइल क्या होती है? अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि BrahMos मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
Designed and made in India, the BrahMos flies at supersonic speeds with range over 450 kilometers and is nearly impossible to intercept, delivering near pinpoint precision strikes from air, land, sea or submarine platforms.
आज जो हर भारतीय को गर्व होता है जब वो सुनता है कि भारत में बनी BrahMos मिसाइल अपनी कैटेगरी में सबसे घातक और सबसे आधुनिक मानी जाती है। कई देशों के लिए BrahMos मिसाइल उनकी पसंदीदा चॉइस बनकर उभरी है।
Debris, including a BrahMos booster and cap, has been recovered near Bikaner, close to the Pakistan border, proving the cross-border launch targeting Jaish's headquarters in Bahawalpur. Despite claims of a high alert defense posture, Pakistan failed to intercept the missile. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, India Today is bringing you a world exclusive. It seems there was a list of people who were targeted in the airstrikes that were done by India. These were some of the most wanted terrorists, from Abu Jindal to Masood's relatives. Let's take a look at them.
A 25-minute multi-domain assault on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and POK. Terror hotbeds reduced to rubble. Most wanted terrorists and terror pads destroyed by Indian forces in a precise strike. Exclusive information accessed by India Today reveals the elimination of over 100 terrorists on May 7. Among those killed in Operation Sindoor were 5 top operatives from Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed involved in planning and executing attacks against India. Sources say Indian forces neutralized Mudassar Khadian Khas, also known as Abu Jundal, an LET terrorist who was in charge of Markaz Taiba in Muridke. Jundal received a guard of honor at his funeral from Pakistan Army. Among the attendees were a serving Lieutenant General and IG of Punjab Police. The prayer was led by US designated Lashkar terrorist Hafiz Abdul Rauf. Another key target eliminated was Jaish-e-Mohammed's Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, the eldest brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. Jamil was in charge of Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur. He was involved in radical indoctrination and fundraising for JEM. Also killed was Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, known by several aliases including Ustad Ji and Muhammad Salim. A Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist, Yusuf Azhar was brother-in-law of Masood Azhar. He was the weapons trainer for JEM. He was also suspect in the Kandahar IC-814 hijacking and linked to multiple terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another top Lashkar operative, Khalid, alias Abu Aksha, was also confirmed dead. He had orchestrated multiple terror strikes in Jammu and Kashmir. Khalid was involved in weapons smuggling from Afghanistan. The fifth high-value target was Muhammad Hassan Khan, a next-generation Jaish leader. He was a son of Mufti Asghar Khan Kashmiri, an operational commander of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Hassan Khan coordinated terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir. Operation Sindoor was not just retaliatory but a show of India's resolve and capability in dismantling terror infrastructure. The operation followed the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam that left 26 dead. Bureau Report, India Today.
While the Indo-Pak tensions were at an all-time high, in a stunning turn of events, a series of precision military operations conducted by the Indian Armed Forces left Pakistan reeling. The swift and decisive action by India paralyzed Pakistan's command and compelled it to propose a ceasefire. But then, when India agreed, Pakistan played its dirty game again and ended up violating the ceasefire deal. Take a look at this report. India's thundering action against terror deep inside Pakistan. Hitting terror pads, air bases, military installations, but steadfastly avoiding innocent civilians. And then agreeing to a quick truce on border. In response to appeal by Pakistan, whose military called up India twice on Saturday, pleading to end Indian strike and offering to stop its own military action, leading to India agreeing to an understanding to pause hostilities.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action.
But the rogue army in Pakistan defied the ceasefire agreed to by its civilian government. Within 3 hours, Pakistan launched a wave of drone strikes into Indian territory, including Srinagar, Akhnur, Jaisalmer, Bikaner and Firozpur. Pakistan also resorted to heavy shelling targeted at civilian areas. India gave a free hand to its forces to retaliate.
There have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations.
After the border truce breach, India is keeping a hawk vigil at the borders. In a crucial assertion, the Indian Air Force said that the operations are still not over. Prime Minister Modi held a series of high-level interactions with top military brass.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a crucial meeting with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA, CDS and 3 service chiefs to assess the situation. The DGMO level talks tomorrow between India and Pakistan will decide the future course of action for armed forces for any plan further.
All eyes are now on India-Pakistan military talks slated for Monday, where India will weigh the efficacy of border truce. With Kamaljit Sandhu, Shivani Sharma and Mir Farid, Bureau Report, India Today. Hours after proposing a ceasefire deal, Pakistan is now begging for water. It is learned that at the DGMO level talks tomorrow, parched Pakistan will raise the suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty issue and will likely ask India to revoke the suspension. India, on the other hand, seems firm and won't share water with its rogue neighbour. Sources have told India Today that India won't share any hydrological information also with Pakistan, and that India will continue to build infra projects on 3 northern rivers. This essentially means that Pakistan will continue to pay a huge price for supporting terrorists who carried out the brutal massacre of tourists in Pahalgam. Now moving on to some other news related to the India's doctrine on war. Well, it has toughened its stand, especially against Pakistan. India has declared that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war and will be responded to accordingly. How an act of war should be responded to. This highlights India's zero tolerance towards terrorism and sends out a strong message to Pakistan amidst recent provocations. Not just this, even the United States has admitted that Pakistan poses a threat to global security. Under the international law, an act of war refers to actions taken by one state against another that involve the use of armed force or aggression, typically signaling the start of an armed conflict or a war. With this decision, India has drawn clear red lines against terror incidents and made it clear to Pakistan that it will respond firmly to the perpetrators of terrorism. Now, India Today's Gaurav Sawant spoke with former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla on India's new war doctrine. Listen.
You worked very closely with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What was different and what led to this very changed response, this very aggressive response by India to Pakistan's state-sponsored terror? We've been suffering this terror for decades, Ambassador.
No, absolutely. But the difference under Prime Minister Modi's leadership is that 2016, there was the Uri attack. We had a response. Our special operations team went across the border and eliminated a few of the terrorist camps that were there. 2019, we had Pulwama, and we saw strikes across the border by our Air Force. This time, in the wake of the Pahalgam terrorist attack, I think Op Sindoor was a fitting response to that heinous act that was perpetrated by terrorists that was sponsored by Pakistan. And but our actions were very calibrated, that we hit the terrorist camps. Those terrorists that were directly responsible for Pahalgam were hit. The Lashkar-e-Toiba, their headquarters was hit. Some of their main operatives were eliminated. Similarly with the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So I think we have avenged the memory of those of our citizens who were gunned down so mercilessly in Pahalgam. We have maintained since then a very firm and uncompromising position, but at the same time, we have not gone beyond. I mean, we could have done a lot more. We could have gone out and hammered the Pakistanis on all fronts. But what we did was a very proportionate, a very calibrated strike, not only in Op Sindoor, but subsequently in response to Pakistani kinetic actions. I think we had also been very firm in our response. And as External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar said, he said that we will be firm in our response to any escalation that Pakistan undertakes.
We'll take a short break now, but when we come back, most likely the special briefing on the Operation Sindoor will begin, and we will take you over there, as this press briefing will be led by the DGMO of the Indian Army. We bring you all the details after the break.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. So the press conference on the Operation Sindoor. This is a special press briefing where you can see the representatives of the three Army and Air Force are there. This is being led by the DGMO, the Director General of Military Operations. And right now they're playing, as you can see, an audio visual before the press briefing begins.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind. Welcome to this special press conference on Operation Sindoor. We will begin with opening statements by the three senior officers to my right here, who have been directly overseeing operations during Operation Sindoor. We have Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Director General Military Operations, who will cover the aspects related to land domain. Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, to his right, Director General Air Operations, will provide insights on the air domain. And to my right is Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, Director General Naval Operations, who will cover aspects on maritime domain. Following their briefings, we will move on to the question answer session. I now request the DGMO to commence the opening brief.
Thank you, Sandeep. A very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. You are all by now familiar with the brutality and the dastardly manner in which 26 innocent lives were prematurely terminated at Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. When you combine those horrific scenes and the pain of the families that the nation witnessed with numerous other recent terrorist strikes on our armed forces and defenseless civilians, we knew that the time had arrived to make yet another compelling statement of our resolve as a nation. Operation Sindoor was conceptualized with a clear military aim to punish the perpetrators and planners of terror and to destroy their terror infrastructure. What I do not state here, of course, is the often stated determination of India and its intolerance to terror. It set into motion a very diligent and microscopic scarring of the terror landscape across the borders and the identification of terror camps and training sites. The locations that emerged were numerous, but as we deliberated more, we realized that some of these terror hubs were now bereft of any presence and had preemptively been vacated, fearing retribution from us. There was also a term of reference and our own binding, self-imposed restriction to target only terrorists and thus prevent collateral damage. There were 9 camps that you are now all familiar with, which were confirmed by our various intelligence agencies to be inhabited. Some of these were in POJK, while there were others that were located in the Punjab province in Pakistan. Nefarious places such as Muridke, the hub center of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has over the years bred infamous characters such as Ajmal Kasab and the likes of David Headley. What followed was a careful scrutiny of each of these sinister locations, their layout, configuration, even the type of construction in each structure, and the terrain obtained around these. This was with an obvious intent to deduce and identify the exact vector that was required for their neutralization, as also the eyes in the sky that we would send up to ensure that we brought back evidence that we had indeed targeted what we set out to. The precise images of these engagements on that fateful and historical night have already been showcased during the first press statement on the 7th of May that was helmed by our Foreign Secretary. I have no doubt in my mind that we achieved total surprise, and those strikes across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul Malik Rauf, and Mudassir Ahmed that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast. The line of control was also violated soon after by Pakistan, and the erratic and rattled response of our enemy was apparent from the number of civilians, inhabited villages, and religious sites such as Gurudwaras that were unfortunately hit by them, leading to a sad loss of lives. The Indian Air Force played a major part in these strikes by engaging some of these camps, and the Indian Navy provided wherewithal in terms of precision munitions. The Indian Air Force obviously had their assets up in the sky, and I will here request Air Marshal Bharti, the Director General of Air Operations, to detail for you the methodology that the men in blue adopted to successfully manifest this mission.
Thank you, Rajiv. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It indeed is a difficult time that we have to come here like this and brief you. We could have done without this, but we had no choice. As the DGMO has detailed, the event was precipitated by the dastardly act at Pahalgam. The sequence of events have already been detailed. We carefully selected the targets, and out of the 9 selected targets, the target systems that were given to the Indian Air Force were the notorious training camps at Bhavalpur and Muridke, these being further from the international boundary. Through critical target system analysis, we analyzed what was to be done to annihilate these targets and plan to engage these targets with precision air-to-surface guided munitions so as to avoid collateral damage. The modalities of planning process I will not go through at this instant. However, what I would like to show you is the results that we achieved through our targeted airstrikes. Could I have the second slide, please? Yeah, change, please. Okay. This is what the terror infra at Muridke looks like. If you see, north is as indicated, and to the right is east, where the international boundary lies. Could we have the next slide, please? Orientating. Oh, just go back to one slide. Okay. Please have a look at this red building, the series of buildings out here, and this empty ground. Next. If you relate, the empty ground is here, and you see this is the first weapon that is impacting. This is the impact point number 1 on Muridke training camp with our precision guided weapons on early morning 7th. Next, please. Keep your eyes glued for the second weapon coming in and the second impact on the selected target point. Next slide, please. Third weapon, third impact. Continue. And fourth weapon, fourth impact. So through these targeted and precision targeting, we addressed the target at Muridke, which was the terrain infrastructure. Can you hear me? All right. Okay, I'll come closer to the mic. Now we go to the next target, which is the Bhavalpur training camp. Next slide, please. Okay, just wait. So the effect, if you see, the impact point, if I can point out, this is the impact point. The ammunition has gone through the roof and it has created a blast inside, the photographs of which you would have, all of you would have seen. And the red building, after that, there was this double-story building. It has been completely decimated by precision targeting. Next, please. The target system, which was in the north, a series of buildings. I'll show you how it looked. Next. Completely destroyed by our precision targeting. Next. Now coming to Bhavalpur, this is the target complex that we are dealing with, a fairly large target complex. So we had to carefully choose the points that we needed to address, which were high value and which would meet our stated objectives of eliminating the terrorists. I would like to draw your attention to this red canopy, and in relation to that, I would cover the targets. One target system is a series of buildings here, other one here, and other one out here. Next slide, please. This is how it looked before, and this is how the building looked after the impact of the weapon. And orientation in relation to this red canopy, you can see here. Next, please. Before, next, and after. The roofs have completely collapsed. Next. This is the target system. Next. Precision targeting, and we have achieved our objectives here. Next. All right. So that was what we did on the 7th. Our objective was to address these two terrorist camps, and that we did with precision. And thereafter, we maintained a robust air defense posture, because remember, our objective was to target the terrorists and terrorist infrastructure, not any other infrastructure, not the Pakistani military, not the Pakistani any other infrastructure. So that is what we have maintained on the 7th of May. However, what we saw in the evening of 7th of May, we were saturated with a raid of Pakistani unmanned aerial vehicles and small drones. And these came in waves in our civilian areas, over our military installations, and all of them were successfully intercepted. Few of them did manage to land. However, there was not much damage that they did. And we have our robust counter-US hard kill and soft kill systems which did the job. However, the difference here was that we had targeted the terrorists. The adversary now has targeted our civilians and the military infrastructure. So it had to be responded to. So in a quick and calibrated response, that very night, we struck their radar installations at Lahore and close to Gujranwala, the LYT installation, to indicate to him that we are ready, yet we do not want to escalate. Our fight was with the terrorists and not with the Pakistani military establishment. Thank you.
Thank you, Air Marshal Bharti. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's outlined operations not only on the night of 6th and 7th of May, when Operation Sindoor commenced, but also on the subsequent night. Being well aware and familiar with the congenital and impulsive nature of our adversary, and even though we did attempt to reach out and communicate our compulsions to strike at the heart of terror to my counterpart in the immediate wake of Operation Sindoor, the request was brusquely turned down, with an intimation that a severe response was inevitable and in the offing. We were, of course, prepared. Operations on the 7th and the 8th, Air Marshal Bharti spoken about. On the night of 8th and 9th of May, they flew drones and aircrafts into our airspace all across the borders and made largely unsuccessful attempts to target
numerous military infrastructure. Violations on the line of control by Pakistan also commenced yet again and precipitated into fierce arty engagements. The air operations on the night of 8th and 9th of May, I'll yet again request the DG Air Operations to cover.
So I just covered what happened on the night of 7th and 8th. What we found that on the night of 8th and 9th, starting as early as 22:30 hours, our cities had a mass raid of drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, UCAVs, starting right from Srinagar, going down right up to Nalia. It was a mass raid in waves, and it was relentless. However, we were prepared, and our air defense preparedness ensured that there is no damage on ground or to any of the intended targets that the enemy might have planned for. The difference between 7th night and 8th night was that on 7th night, he sent in his Jihad class of UAVs. However, these UAVs can go some distance, they are armed. However, on the 8th, less numbers of armed UCAVs were there or UAVs were there, and more numbers of quadcopters, maybe for surveillance or just for harassment of civilians. This continued till midnight. Our air defense preparedness ensured that there was no damage on the ground, either to the military installations or to the civilians. However, the enemy had yet again shown that he wanted to up the ante and he wanted a fight, and we were up to the task. In a measured and calibrated response, we once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malirkant. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala. These were suitably addressed, and thereafter his drone attacks continued even till morning, which we countered, and during the daytime there was some respite. Here I would like to bring out another aspect. What we found was that while the drone attacks were being launched from somewhere close to Lahore, enemy had allowed his civilian aircraft to also continue to fly out of Lahore. Not only his own aircraft, but international passenger aircraft, which is quite insensitive, and we had to exercise extreme caution, even at the cost of some tactical disadvantage, to ensure that there is no damage to any of the civilian aircraft. And this was also brought out in our press briefing during the day. So I will now hand over to my colleague to cover the events of 9th onwards.
On land, we also undertook certain measures such as deployment of air defense and electronic warfare assets to establish an integrated grid with the Indian Air Force, and I have seen and heard some of you wax eloquent about the benefits of such an architecture when it comes to negating and combating air intrusions. We also carried out deployment to include movement of our forces in the land, sea, and air domains. The night of the 9th and the 10th of May saw similar intrusions by drones and aircrafts, and this time there was a concerted effort to target airfields and some very, very important logistic installations, albeit yet again unsuccessful and denied gallantly and efficiently, I must say, by the integrated Indian Air Force and Indian Army Air Defense. We further strengthened our deployment and also initiated some pressure points to send a very clear and unambiguous message to the other side to desist from any misadventures on land. Some of the airfields and dumps saw repeated attacks in waves from the air. All were thwarted. The Pakistan Army has reported to have lost approximately 35 to 40 personnel in artillery and small arms firing on the line of control between the 7th and the 10th of May. What the other side had probably also not reckoned with was the speedy and precise turnaround and hit back by the Indian Air Force. And I will yet again ask Air Marshal Bharti to speak about these significant and game-changing strikes. I will thereafter request Vice Admiral Pramod, my colleague and Director General of Naval Operations, to tell us about some very telling naval maneuvers in the Arabian Sea that exerted pressure on the night of 9th and 10th of May. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Commencing about 2000 hours, that is 8 p.m. local time, on 8th of May, several Pakistani unmanned aerial systems, drones, combat vehicles attacked multiple IF bases. These included Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot, Amritsar, Bhatinda, Nal, Dalhousie, Thois, Jaisalmer, Uttarlai, Falodi, Nalia. These were almost simultaneous and they came in waves. All our AD guns and other systems were waiting for them. All these waves were neutralized by our trained crew using the air defense systems that they have, and also some of them were utilized using our legacy systems like Pechoras and IF Summer, which we have recently acquired. And some were neutralized by the Garud snipers. There was no damage on ground from these incursions and these mass raids, if I could call them, from the Pakistani side. However, following these relentless attacks on our air bases, on our forward positions, and on our civilian targets, this was time to convey some message to our adversaries. And therefore, a decision was taken to strike where it would hurt. And towards that, in a swift, coordinated, calibrated attack, we struck his air bases, command centers, military infrastructure, air defense systems across the entire Western Front. The bases we struck include Chaklala, Rafiki, and mind you, Chaklala is Islamabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sakar, sending a clear message that aggression will not be tolerated. This was followed by strikes at Sargoda, Bholari, Jacobabad. We also struck the C2 centers at Murid, the UAE complex at Murid, Rafiki, radar at Chunia, which I will show you, Rahim Yar Khan airfield, and the unmanned combat aerial vehicle hangar at Sakar. I would like to reiterate here that we have the capability to target every system at these bases and more. However, it was only a measured response to instill good wisdom to our adversary to refrain from further escalation. IF's response was directed only at military installations, avoiding civilian and collateral damage. I would now like to show you some of the effects that have been achieved as a result of our air operation. Here is the Pasrur air defense system, if you could see. Zoomed up view, this is the radar mounted on a high tower. And after the strike, let me manage. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. And after the strike, this is what has happened. This radar has been taken out, completely burnt. Next slide, please. The Chunia air defense radar, which was taken out on 7th and 8th. This is the radar site. A blown up photograph, once again, on a tower. Not very clear, but what you see very clearly is the after effect after we have struck. The radar head has been completely decapitated. Next slide, please. Arifwala air defense radar. In this complex, you see how it looked before, blown up image, and after really blown up. Next. Now coming to Sargodha airfield. Remember, this is one of their important airfields wherein they have a lot of assets, F-16s, other assets which they keep getting, training institutes. And we have stuck this airfield. It is not, if you zoom in here, then one impact point here on the runway and second impact point of our weapon, precision weapon on the runway. And if you see this blown up, repairing going on. Same here. Next. Rahimyar Khan. This is the area we have struck. A deep strike out here and one complex here. So this is how it looked before, and same, you see a big crater, another crater here, and this complex, after strike, neutralized. Next. Chaklala airfield, Noor Khan, once again a major air base, a lot of their logistic assets out here. This was the chosen complex that we intended to strike and convey a message. Next slide, please. This is how it looked before, and this is how it looked after our strike. Next. Sakar. We chose the radar site at Sakar. This is the radar site, and after it was struck, this is the aftermath, completely burnt out. Next, please. Aircraft shelter. This is how it looked before the strike, and this is how it looked after the strike. The roof of the buildings completely caved in and burnt. Next. Bolari airfield, aircraft hangar. This is how it looked before, and this is how it looked after the precision strike. Next. Jacobabad, aircraft hangar, and this is how it looked after. Next. So what I'm trying to convey here, ladies and gentlemen, is to start with, our fight was neither with the Pakistani military nor with anybody else who's there on the other side. Our fight was with the terrorists. We neutralized the terrorists that we selected to be neutralized, and thereafter we only maintained the air defense posture. However, we were relentlessly pounded by waves after waves, night after night, by his UCAVs, by his drones, and by his other unmanned aerial systems. And that left us with no choice but to retaliate, and yet our retaliation was calibrated, it was graduated, and it was proportionate. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the aftermath of the cowardly attacks on innocent tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistani-sponsored terrorists on 22nd April, the Indian Navy's Carrier Battle Group surface forces, submarines, and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness in concert with the Joint Operation Plan of the Indian Defence Forces. You may be aware that we tested and refined tactics and procedures at sea during multiple weapon firings in the Arabian Sea within 96 hours of the terrorist attack. The aim was to revalidate our crew, armament, equipment, and platform readiness to deliver various ordnance on selected targets precisely. Thereafter, our forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture, mostly inside harbors or very close to the coast, which we monitored continuously. The Indian Navy maintained seamless maritime domain awareness throughout the duration and was entirely aware of the location and movement of Pakistani units. In effect, we had and continue to have good battle space transparency using our maritime domain awareness grid. As you are aware, our response has been measured, proportionate, non-escalatory, and responsible from day one. Accordingly, the calibrated approach considered all options, including the ability of the Indian Navy for offensive action from and at sea. As part of this escalation control mechanism, the application of force by the Navy was planned in a synchronized manner in coordination with the Army and Air Force, the highlight being teams from the three services working closely in an integrated manner. Along with the kinetic actions by the Indian Army and Indian Air Force, the overwhelming operational edge of Indian Navy at sea contributed towards Pakistan's urgent request for a ceasefire yesterday. As we speak, Indian Navy remains deployed at sea in a credible deterrent posture to respond decisively to any inimical action by Pakistan or Pakistan-based terrorists. Thank you. Samno Varna, Jai Hind. Now I'll hand over to Director General Military Operations for further proceedings.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th of May, in the morning, even as we were getting into a huddle to wargame the events of the previous night, a routine exercise, I received a message on hotline from my counterpart in Pakistan seeking my willingness to communicate. Since our initial aim was to strike at terror camps, and all our actions in the subsequent days were in response to the intrusions and violations by the Pakistan Air Force and its army, it was decided that I would indeed speak with my counterpart. You are already aware, I've seen it being covered on national television, that my communication with the Pak DGMO was conducted at 15:35 hours yesterday and resulted in cessation of cross-border firing and air intrusions by either side with effect from 1700 hours, 10th of May, after he proposed that we cease hostilities. We also decided to further speak on the 12th of May, that's tomorrow, at 1200 hours, to discuss the modalities that would enable the longevity of this understanding. However, disappointingly, and must I add, expectedly, it took only a couple of hours for the Pakistan Army to violate these arrangements by cross-border and across the line of control firing, followed by drone intrusions across the expanse of the Western Front,
through last night and in the early hours of the morning today. These violations were responded to robustly and dealt with as they must be. We have earlier today sent another hotline message to my counterpart highlighting these violations of the understanding between the DGMOs on the 10th of May and our firm and clear intent to respond to these fiercely and punitively, if repeated tonight, subsequently, or later. In this regard, I must inform all of you that the Chief of Army Staff has earlier today conducted a security review and has granted full authority to our Army commanders for counter-actions in the kinetic domain in case of any violation by Pakistan. In the end, I pay my solemn homage to my 5 fallen colleagues and brothers from the armed forces and civilians who have tragically lost their lives in Operation Sindoor. Our hearts go out to the bereaved families and we express our solidarity to them in this lifetime and beyond, at this grave juncture in their lives. Their sacrifices shall always be remembered and spoken of in glowing terms by a grateful nation. We have thus far, ladies and gentlemen, exercised, and my colleague Pramod highlighted this, immense restraint, and our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory. However, any threat to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and safety of our citizens will be met with decisive force. Jai Hind. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now open for questions. All right, now, since I would not know all of you, I would expect you to please raise the placard or your hand, and once I indicate, I expect you to please give out your name and the media group that you belong to. Keep your questions short so that we can take as many questions as possible. Also, ladies and gentlemen, kindly bear in mind that confidential aspects may not be answered by the 3 DGMOs. Right. I've got a lot of hands there. Let me start from the left. Left foot always in front when we start marching. So here we have to the left, okay. Yeah, 238.
Hello. So this is Manas Pratimugyan from PTI, Press Trust of India. So the understanding that was reached yesterday on stopping the military operations and actions, was it for just 3 days? And what would be the cost escalation if there is violation of this understanding by the Pakistani side? And my subsequent question would be that we have a kind of ceasefire agreement with Pakistan that was finalized in 2003. So will there be some kind of similarities in frameworks between the two kind of understandings, 2003 ceasefire agreement and the current understanding on stopping military operations? And again, what would the cost that will be incurring on Pakistan if Pakistan again resorts to this kind of terrorist activities, because we have made it very clear that the cost will be very high. So I would like to have your thoughts on it.
Okay, so I'll answer the latter part of the question first. I also want to add that while the initial ceasefire agreement, as you correctly pointed out, is of the 2003 vintage, but I must remind you that in 2021, in the month of February, and this was then when the crisis in eastern Ladakh was also on, the 2 DGMOs had spoken, and arrived at a ceasefire understanding that lasted right up until this unfortunate attack at Pahalgam. Once our Foreign Secretary had announced the decisions of the CCS in the immediate wake of that attack, he had announced certain measures, and then of course Pakistan had in turn made its own announcements. Since then, there have been certain violations of this ceasefire understanding, and of course after the 7th of May, like I pointed out during my statement, that there have been numerous violations on the line of control especially, and of course along the international boundary by the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan Air Force. This understanding that we spoke about yesterday, no, it was not for 3 days. It was first to stop aggressive and hostile activities immediately, let that order and direction settle down for about 36 hours, and thereafter discuss modalities, like I said, to ensure its longevity. That is tomorrow, on the 12th of May. But unfortunately, we had a violation starting at approximately 1900 hours last night. And we've sent a communique, like I said, to the Pakistan Military Operations Directorate. And we will await as to what happens tonight. All right. The cost escalation, I'll leave it to your best imagination. I've already said that the response will be fierce and punitive. Now, the right foot forward. Yeah.
Sir, I'm Ajit Dubey from ANI, sir. Sir, my question is that you talked about the loss of lives to the Pakistan Army, that was around 35 to 40 kills secured by the Indian Army. Sir, can you tell us what would be the total loss of life to the Pakistan Army in both Army and Air Force attacks, sir? And how good was the performance of the BrahMos, Scalp and the S-400 during the operations? And sir, since we have just one
no
line,
multiple
sir.
questions, please.
Sir,
all right.
and since sir, we have achieved such a spectacular, we have made good achievements in this entire operation. Can we say that we have emerged victorious, or we have a big upper hand over the Pakistanis in this entire conflict? Thank you very much, sir.
So I'll answer the question about the loss of lives on the other side. Of course, there are various means to ascertain that number. There is information from various agencies that come in. There are, of course, on the line of control, other ways to find out as to what has been the effect of what you are doing there in ceasefire violations. So therefore, I mentioned 35 to 40 on the line of control, and please remember that once Operation Sindoor was launched, the responses of the Pakistan Army were also on Indian Army or the Indian Armed Forces infrastructure. Let me put it that way. So that's why I did not cover casualties of the Pakistan Army, at least in the initial phases of battle, because those were not our targets. Our targets were terror-oriented, and of course later, once they launched air intrusions and air operations on our infrastructure, we've used heavier weapons, and of course there would have been casualties, but those are still being assessed. The effects of the weapons that you mentioned, I will request Air Marshal Bharti to apprise all of you about those.
Good evening, Mr. Sujit. How are you? Ajit. Okay, we're meeting after some time. I never mentioned about any of the weapons that we used. Check. Okay. What I was saying, that I never mentioned of any of the weapons, the caliber that we used. All right. So we leave it at that. Those are matters of operational details which I would not like to go into. But suffice to say that whatever methods and whatever means we have chosen, it had the desired effects on the enemy targets. How many casualties? How many injuries? Well, to start with, our aim was not to inflict casualties, but in case there have been, it is for them to count. Our job is to hit the target, not to count the body bags.
And the last part of your question, I wonder if you read out the tweet on ADG-PI at midnight once we'd done what we had to in Operation Sindoor. And that's credit to my friend here on the left. Justice has been served, Ajit. That is all that I will say.
Ajit, I'll request you to, refrain putting words into his mouth. All right. Yeah, I'll come back to the left. 147. Sorry, 47. No, one word. 47. Did I see it here or? Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Sorry, 147, I saw it there. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Since I've already said 147, start please.
Hi, sir. Good evening. This is Shivam Patel from Reuters News Agency. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My question, sir, is how many military targets did Indian Armed Forces strike in Pakistan in response to the attacks from Pakistan? How were these targets selected? And how many troop casualties have been there in total on both sides, if you can give details? Thank you.
I'm sorry, where are you? I haven't spotted his...
He's to the right.
Okay. Can you just repeat that for me, please?
Sure, sir. So my name is Shivam Patel. I'm from Reuters News Agency. My question is, how many military targets in total did the Indian Armed Forces strike in Pakistan in response to the attack from Pakistan? How were these targets selected? And how many troop casualties have been there on both sides, if you can?
So you're speaking of the targets that I mentioned in the wake of the attack at Pahalgam, right?
Military targets, after response.
Yeah, I think it's amply clear to everybody here that the Pakistan army has not crossed the international boundary, neither in the plain sector nor on the line of control. So the intrusions have been in the air. There have been certain attempts on the line of control when ceasefire violations have been on to try and infiltrate and carry out and perpetrate activities that we are all very well familiar with. Whether these are by terrorists or by the Pakistan army or its special forces and commandos is difficult to say, but each of these have been effectively thwarted. So therefore, as far as engagements of military targets on the other side is concerned, I thought Air Marshal Bharti covered those very well and in detail, and he also mentioned as to how they went about targeting those. I think those images were very clear and very, very graphic in telling us as to what we needed to hit. And you'll remember right at the outset I said that we even went into what was the construction in each of these locations and therefore decided on the vector that had to be utilized. Please.
Okay, if I could add to what the DGMO has said. I have already detailed the targets. Now, whether it is X numbers or Y numbers that is immaterial. And what damage have we inflicted, you have seen. What are the casualties on the other side? As I said, that is for them to count. As far as we are concerned, from the air defense side, if they had a choice, they would have definitely come in. They are fighters, there are more numbers of UCAVs. It is not that they did not intend to come in. It is only that our robust AD posture prevented them from coming in. So that must be known, and that must be realized by all the audience here.
Yeah, I'll come to the left now, 24.
Good evening, sir. This is Anvesh Rath from Z. Sir, I wanted to know on the first briefing, which was done by FS and two representatives from Air Force and Army, you showed a list where there was 21 places in that list. You have stuck 9. Are more operations going to be held? Is Operation Sindoor still on? And the second question, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
And also, I want to congratulate all three of you for a fantastic operation that you guys have done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that one question. Yeah. Sir, the question.
Unfortunately, Rath, is that your name? I'm sorry. You know, as far as operational details are concerned, I am not in a position to share those right now. But I think I'll take a cue from Pramod. You know, he said towards the end that the Indian Navy is still in a posture that is deterrent. And I have already made it very clear towards the end of what I said that it's only a couple of hours ago that the Chief of Army Staff has carried out a security review, and he's authorized our Army commanders to deal with violations of any kind from across the borders in a manner that they deem fit. So again, to reiterate, the response will be fierce and it will be punitive.
Yes. 163. I'll go back this side now. Yeah, 255. She said middle wale kya karenge, so 255. Oh, sorry.
Good evening, sir. I'm Shailesh from National Defense. Please allow me, first of all, to pay my gratitude for protecting us Indians. Thank you very much. Sir, since the enemy has been talking about taking down our aerial platforms, it would be deemed fit in case we can reveal that we have taken down their fighter jets. What could be the number? Though you said that they may be not good to reveal the platforms, but since this has come from various quarters in Pakistan, so I believe that we need to answer, in case if you can, sir, if you may allow.
The question is for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if I get it right, you want to know how many of their planes we have downed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. See, as I said, their planes were prevented from coming inside our border. All right. So we do not have the wreckage with us, but definitely we have downed a few planes. Numbers, we would not like to hazard a guess out here. Okay. I have the numbers. Okay. And we are getting into the technical details of it to establish it. So I would not like to put a figure at this time, but definitely there are losses from their side which we have inflicted.
Were they,
please don't ask.
Were they fourth generation plus, sir?
See, you're putting words into my mouth. Why do you say fourth generation? Let us make it high tech.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, 163.
तो मैं मंजीत नेगी हूँ आज तक से। मेरा सवाल ये है कि इस पूरे ऑपरेशन में जो आतंकी ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया गया, क्या नंबर्स कुछ बता सकते हैं कितने आतंकी मारे गए? कुछ नाम सरकार मतलब कुछ नाम मीडिया में आए भी हैं जो बड़े उसके मास्टरमाइंड थे। और एक सवाल जो आज एयरफोर्स ने एक ट्वीट किया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी जारी है और सरकार की तरफ से भी कहा गया। और पिछली बार जब विदेश मंत्रालय की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस पहली हुई थी उसमें वो लिस्ट दिखाई गई थी कि 21 टेरर कैंप आइडेंटिफाई किए गए हैं। तो क्या जो बाकी बचे हुए टेरर कैंप उन पर भी कार्रवाई होगी? और एक नंबर अगर आप बता पाएं कितने टेररिस्ट मारे गए?
Sir, before you answer, sir, before you. Manjeet ji, 3 questions. The third one has just been asked here before. So 21 this thing. So I'll request the first to be answered so that we have more number of people who can ask.
मंजीत, जब मैंने स्टेटमेंट दिया तो मैंने शुरू में ही कहा कि जैसे ही ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज हुआ तो हमारा जो पीछे की कार्रवाई होती है, स्पेड वर्क और टारगेट्स को आइडेंटिफाई और एनालाइज करने की कार्रवाई शुरू हो गई थी। मैंने जब स्टेटमेंट दिया तो मैंने बताया कि बहुत सारे थे, हमने 21 दिखाए होंगे और भी हैं, लेकिन वो लिस्ट फिल्टर करते करते 21 तक पहुंची। अब क्या आगे एंगेज किए जाएंगे? अगर ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो ज़रूर एंगेज किए जाएंगे, लेकिन मैंने बताया कि इस समय जो इंट एजेंसीज ने हमें बताया कि फलाने कैंप में प्रेजेंस है, हमने उनको एंगेज किया। कुछ नाम मैंने लिए, कुछ नाम अभी पुख्ता किए जा रहे हैं। मैंने आपको बताया कि जो इंट एजेंसीज ने अभी तक असेसमेंट किया है उसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि तकरीबन 100 से ज़्यादा मारे गए हैं। और एक आज आपने तस्वीर भी देखी कि काफ़ी प्रोमिनेंट जो फ्यूनरल था, काफ़ी प्रोमिनेंट एक जो हस्ती हैं वो ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे थे, और उस फ्यूनरल में और कौन कौन लोग अटेंड कर रहे थे वो तो आपने देखा ही। तो आप लोग सब समझदार हैं और मुझे ये कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है कि इन लोगों को कहाँ से सपोर्ट मिल रहा है। अगर नहीं मिल रहा होता तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नहीं होता, तो उसी की वजह से है ये ऑपरेशन। तो मेरे ख्याल से मैंने आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब दे दिया।
मैम, सर, नेक्स्ट इज फ्रॉम 17।
सर, मेरा नाम अंजू निर्वाण है, TV9 भारतवर्ष से। सर, मेरा सवाल ये है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारी जो इंडियन नेवी है उसके बारे में सर थोड़ा सा बताएं कि किस तरह की उसकी भूमिका रही, क्योंकि हमने इस दौरान सर देखा कि बहुत सारी स्पेकुलेशन भी रही और ये बोला गया कि कराची तक हमारी नेवी ने ऑपरेशन किया है। तो सर इस पे थोड़ी सी क्लैरिटी चाहिए। और सर हमने कौन कौन से फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट डाउन किए हैं, अगर उसका भी थोड़ा सा क्लैरिटी मिल जाए तो अच्छा रहेगा।
तो मैं आपका पहले सवाल का जवाब दूंगा। आई विल मेक फ्यू सेंटेंसेस and leave it for your imagination. First of all, as I mentioned, we have quantitative and qualitative edge to deliver a massive blow to our adversary, and we completely dominate in the maritime front. Indian Navy's action is part of the escalation ladder mechanism which we have worked out amongst 3 services. This time, if Pakistan dare take any action, and Pakistan knows it, what we are going to do. That's all.
Okay, आपके सवाल का जवाब मैं पहले दे चुका हूं। आपके सवाल का जवाब मैं पहले दे चुका हूं, इसलिए मैं बस उस तक ही सीमित रखूंगा और इतना कहना चाहूंगा कि आने वाले दिनों में आपको खुद ही पता चल जाएगा, और ऐसी बातें छुपी नहीं रहती हैं, तो पता चल जाएगा। So at this time we'll just let it be.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 or 2 more questions, sir. So please, they are going to be outside. You can speak to them there also. 104.
I think. Yeah, ask sir. Sir, Dinakar with the Hindu newspaper.
Are you surprised that you got this question?
No, sir. I'm waiting for this to look. Sir, can you give a number of assets we lost, because there's been a lot of speculation going on, international media writing a lot of things about our platforms, including Rafale. I mean, Pakistan claiming that Rafale has been downed, etc. Can you put that question to rest and clarify on that?
I guess that question is for me. All right, I'm happy that you've asked this question. You know, we are in a combat scenario, and losses are a part of combat. The question that you must ask us, okay, and indeed that we must ask ourselves, you inclusive, is have we achieved our objectives? Have we achieved our objective of decimating that terrorist camp? And the answer is a thumping yes. And the results are for the whole world to see. As for
the details, what could have been, how many numbers, which platform did we lose? You know, at this time, I would not like to comment on that because we are still in a combat situation. And if I comment on anything, it will only be advantage adversary. So we don't want to give him any advantage at this stage. All I can say is that we have achieved our objectives that we selected, and all our pilots are back home. Thank you.
Okay, hold, please don't, please be civil here. So we'll have 220 now.
Sir, hello sir, this is Anita Chaudhary sir from Swadesh newspaper. मेरा सवाल है क्योंकि ये हमारे जो पहले जो एक्शन रहा वो आतंकवाद के खिलाफ रहा, तो आतंकवाद में अजहर मसूद की तरफ से एक बयान जारी किया गया था जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि हम इसका बदला लेंगे और जाज रुलाएंगे। तो क्या अगला, अगर खुदा न खास्ता अगला टेरर अटैक किसी भी तरह का होता है तो क्या उसे एक्ट ऑफ वॉर में हमारी तरफ से लिया जाएगा और उसका क्या माकूल जवाब दिया जा सकता है?
मेरा इसमें सिर्फ एक ही जवाब है आपके लिए कि हमने अपनी कार्रवाई करी। हमने उसके बाद मैंने अपने स्टेटमेंट में भी बताया कि ये कम्युनिकेट करने की कोशिश करी कि हमने इस तरीके से ये जो स्ट्राइक्स हैं वो क्यों की। लेकिन जो हमारा एडवर्सरी है उसने जैसे मुनासिब समझा वो कार्रवाई करी। तो आपने देखा कि ये जो एक्टिविटीज़ चल रही हैं 3-4 दिन से, ये कोई वॉर से कम नहीं है। नॉर्मल सर्कमस्टांसेस में एक दूसरे देश की एयर फोर्सेस हवा में नहीं उड़ती हैं और एक दूसरे के ऊपर स्ट्राइक्स नहीं करती हैं। हर रात इंट्रूजन्स नहीं होते हैं। लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर सीज फायर वायोलेशंस, आपके एक साथी ने सवाल पूछा था शुरू में, एक सीज फायर अंडरस्टैंडिंग था, वो भी जा चुका है। उस सीज फायर अंडरस्टैंडिंग के जाते जो फायरिंग हो रही है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल में, उसमें घुसपैठ की कोशिश हो रही है। आमतौर पर ये घुसपैठ लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल में टेररिस्ट करते हैं, लेकिन हमें इंफॉर्मेशन है कि हो सकता है ये पाकिस्तान आर्मी की टोलियां भी हों जो हमारे पोस्ट के ऊपर खामी पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। तो ये सारी एक्टिविटीज़ तो वॉर में शामिल हैं। तो ये कहना मुश्किल है कि आगे क्या होगा, वो स्पेक्यूलेटिव जोन में आ जाता है और मैं स्पेक्यूलेट नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। हर एक सिचुएशन अलग होती है और उससे एक तरीके से डील किया जाता है।
सर मैं एक सवाल इसका मैं जवाब देना चाहता हूँ, एक मिनट। हम जो मिलिट्री होता, our main job is to prevent war and maintain peace and stability. So it is not that our response is a graded response. That means अगर किसी ने किया तो उसको graded उसमें किया, जैसे terrorist action हुआ तो what we did is a terrorist action and we destroyed all the terrorist camps. उसके बाद आपने देखा कि उनने थोड़ा सा कोशिश किया तो हमारे एयरफोर्स एंड आर्मी ने क्या किया, तो मिलिट्री टारगेट्स हैं उनके ऊपर थोड़ा। So our aim is to maintain peace and tell our adversary that you do this and the response will be bloody.
Okay, now as per the, please, we'll have 166 and 25 and after that no more please.
Sir, this side.
Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain, I request you to please be quiet.
Jal Ghai?
No.
This side, sir.
We have only two questions left, 166. Yeah, please ask.
So I'm Rahul Singh from Hindustan Times, sir. So you were totally on top of the game in the kind of losses you've inflicted on the enemy. I mean, we saw the slides and everything. So it kind of comes across that you were batting it 99 and you decided to declare your innings. What are your thoughts on that, sir? And do you think, are you weighing the option of the Pakistan army using this time, buying this time of the so-called ceasefire or the understanding? And you talked about how they could not be trusted. So buying time to kind of build up their war reserves, getting stuff from their friends like Turkey or China, are we considering that possibility, sir?
Look, see, the call came from the Pakistani side to speak about cessation of hostilities. What pauses mean during such conflicts is known to everybody. I don't want to go into the pros and cons of how preparation for war is made. That is a process in itself. But I think my senior colleague here, the DG Air Operations, spoke, or he alluded at least, to what this operation was precisely and specifically meant for. And I think that's something that we achieved, right at the outset. Had we had the option not to go further, we probably wouldn't have. But we've been compelled to be in this situation. And as you've seen, the armed forces of India, and you've got the three Director Generals sitting here, we are always prepared to face any eventuality. And like I said, that's for the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the safety of our citizens. So whatever has to be done will be done. I'm not so concerned about what Pakistan will do in this time. I'm only concerned about what we will do. We have a roadmap and a plan, and we will follow it diligently, and we will follow it to the T. That's the contention that I want to make here today.
Ma'am, please. Okay, the last question, and ma'am, 25. She's been asking since the first one.
Sir, I'm Nandita. Sir.
She's not asking a question.
Sir, I'm Nandita Dagar, DAGAR from DD News and DD India. Sir, I wanted to ask you that my question is to General Ghai. Sir, you spoke to your counterpart yesterday and the Pakistani counterpart. Sir, what is the Indian Army's assessment that despite that agreement, that talk that you had, despite that agreement coming into effect at 1700 hours yesterday, why did they violate it? And number two, yesterday at the Joint Defense Ministry and Foreign Ministry briefing, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sophia Qureshi had told us that we have cited the Pakistani troops amassing at the borders and at the LOC. Sir, has that situation changed? Have they withdrawn? And sir, if in case, despite now there is a lull, of course, but if tonight again the enemy again carries out shelling and aerial intrusions through drones, what is going to be our response, sir? Thank you.
So, without outlining the specifics of that response, I've already made it clear that there will be a response, and it will be fierce and it will be punitive. Why the Pakistan Army chose the option of violating the understanding that was arrived at earlier yesterday, I think that's a question that we best answered by the Pakistan DGMO. I wouldn't be able to, give you that. But, in situations such as these, and if you go back into any conflict, sometimes these understandings take time, to fructify and manifest on ground. But without, getting into the reasons, it is our mandate to be prepared at all times, and that we were. It's not as if because there was an understanding we weren't prepared. I must tell you that the armed forces were on a very, very high alert, and they continue to be in that state even as we speak.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, please, ma'am, please. Okay, thank you so much for coming today. Those who have missed asking a question, see, I knew I'll grab this attention from you like this. Those who have missed the opportunity to ask a question can give me a written one. I'll definitely get back to you with that. And also, they are they are invited for a cup of tea in my office day after tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Big statement made by the Director Generals of Military Operations, Naval Operations and Air Operations on India's achievements as part of Operation Sindoor. And the point that was constantly made by the Indian Armed Forces, their task, their initial task was only to carry out strikes against terrorist bases, and that's exactly what they did. And they achieved overwhelming success in their initial operations. India did not want to escalate. It's because Pakistan armed forces targeted a number of Indian locations, or attempted to target a number of Indian locations in response to India targeting terror bases in Pakistan, that India was forced to carry out a further action. And that further action has had some amazing results, some spectacular results that the Army, the Navy and the Air Force spoke of. Now, more than 100 terrorists, including some high-value terrorists, were killed in Indian Armed Forces initial operations. More than 35 to 40 Pakistani army personnel were killed when India responded to ceasefire operations. This still remains an ongoing operation, Operation Sindoor. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's defense correspondent, Shivani Sharma, joining me on this broadcast. Sandeep Punnithan, my colleague with me on this broadcast. Also with us is Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav, somebody who's been associated with the strategic weapons of the Indian Armed Forces. But first to you, Shivani, bring us the key highlights of what General Rajiv Ghai said, what Admiral Pramod said, and what Air Marshal Bharti said.
Gaurav, this was a detailed press briefing where the DGMOs of the Army, Navy and the Air Force have brought out the details and how they have also acknowledged that we have achieved what we wanted to. We were measured in our responses, we've inflicted losses, and the number of these losses towards Pakistan is around 35 to 40 only at the line of control. That means the numbers inside Pakistan that include the air-based loss can be many. The assessments are going on. The second important thing is that we've lost 5 men in uniform during these operations. That is also important, and the way homage was paid to these men in uniform who've achieved the targets. We also have given a very strong message, Gaurav, that we are alert on all times, at all times, even as we speak. And the preparedness is high. We have achieved the targets. We never wanted any kind of escalation. Whatever we have done is in a responsive mode, because Pakistan chose to attack and engage with us in terms of the aerial intrusions, the line of control artillery shelling, and also the combined strength of our forces was also depicted in this press briefing, Gaurav, where the DGMOs of all the 3 services were present there. They have already told that we were in a strategically strong response position across 3 services, be it the land, the air and also the sea. So we are prepared for any kind of action. If any misadventure once again comes, that then Pakistan will have to take a very hard hit from India.
You know, over the course of the next 1 hour, and I want you to stay with me, Shivani, as you bring in Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu also in this conversation. Sandeep, we will go through the damage that was inflicted across the international border, not just to the terrorist training camps, launch pads, headquarters, but also to the Pakistan Armed Forces, and not just to their prestige. Sargodha targeted, Pasrur targeted, Bolari, their latest airbase, the newest airbase of Pakistan targeted, Jacobabad, which houses their F-16s, that's been targeted. Sargodha, could you ever think Sargodha, Sandeep, could be targeted? That is like the oldest, biggest, largest and the best protected airbase of Pakistan, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Sargodha is not an ordinary airbase. Globally, it's a strategic airbase. Everybody who's there in the business of analyzing and studying nuclear weapons sites knows Sargodha is the airbase near where the Pakistan military keeps its nuclear weapons. There is a hill complex very close to Sargodha, which is where the nuclear weapon sites are located, the vaults where the bombs are actually kept, and where Pakistan would then take the weapons out of that in case of an alert and then, proceed to load them onto aircraft and to mate them onto long-range ballistic missiles. So Sargodha's targeting is no accident, Gaurav. It's a huge, huge strategic signal from India to the Pakistan military that if you think that your days of protecting terrorism with nuclear weapons is going to continue indefinitely, 2025 is when it comes to an end.
It just comes to an end. You're so right. It's just come to an end. Pakistan's nuclear blackmail has been called out, and how all Pakistani military air bases, all Pakistani frontline military air bases on the Indian side, on the facing India, have been targeted. But Kamaljeet, it's been a measured strike. It's for effect. It's demonstrated. But the impact is, we can do it today, we can do it again, and next time it will be worse. The biggest takeaway, according to you, in terms of the posture along the LOC, and Kamaljeet, what's extremely significant, Pakistan sought a ceasefire. Immediately, some hours later, Pakistan violated ceasefire, and now India has put Pakistan on notice, Kamaljeet.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. What we can tell you is what Dijumo said. One, he said the targets were chosen, and was it successful? So he said yes. So this has been a successful mission, that is Operation Sindoor. 21 sites were identified, 9 of the sites were hit because the information was credible, and that is why what we know is it took time for this operation to really unfold before the world. It's because Pakistan had already strategized, pulled back a number of terrorists, but the results were that the 9 terror sites which were chosen as the targets, they were successfully bombed. And this is where 100 terrorists have been killed, some of them who have been wanted in IC-814 and the Pulwama terror attack. The other is obviously about Pakistan's own response, and that is what the DGMOs have clarified, that they were prepared with a blueprint for an all-out. That means there's a plan in action. This is already a work in progress as such, and that is what they've actually said, that if there's any sort of a response, one, it'll be a measured, calibrated response, and it'll be a fierce response. So the warning is already up as far as Pakistan is concerned. Remember, they've already violated the ceasefire just about yesterday, sending in drones, an act of provocation, but India has shown immense restraint. So today, there's another night, so we'll see whether Pakistan actually abides by that ceasefire or not. And the next 24 to 48 hours are extremely important, especially in the run-up to the talks between the DGMOs. So all this is a part of plan, and remember, those 21 sites continue to be under scanner, and they're saying Operation Sindoor is continuing at this point of time.
You know, you're so right. And the Indian Armed Forces, when they do their strategic messaging, it's so in plain sight. 9 sites have been taken down. That list contains 21, like we told you here on India Today. Before I bring in Sandeep, I want to bring in Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav. Also joining us on this special broadcast is Air Marshal Chaudhary, former Commandant of the National Defence College, a fighter pilot himself. Air Marshal Deeptandu Chaudhary, welcome on India Today. Air Vice Marshal Srivastav, the biggest takeaway according to you, and when you saw those images, when you saw all those images on on India Today's television screens of the Pakistani air bases that have been targeted, Pasroor Air Defence Radar, devastated. Chunian Air Defence Radar, on the 7th and 8th of May, the radar head has been decapitated. That's the terminology used by Air Marshal Bharti. Arif Wala Air Defence Radar, gone. Sargodha Air Defence System, gone. And Sargodha, is that the biggest setback for Pakistan?
Gaurav, if you look at the operations which were carried out, they were so precise, and if you take suppression of enemy air defenses, all their radars have been taken out, which are major radars protecting major cities and major airfields. This is one of the very important things which happened. Now I'll come to the Muridike base. Muridike had all their UAVs and whatever Berg kind of ammunition they put on UAVs, they were also there. And if you take that out, it sends a very strong message that you're not safe, your UAVs are not safe. Then you went to Sargodha, and Sargodha gives a very phenomenal message. If you have no air defense system, no air defense network, how are you going to protect these assets? And they really put the terror into their ears. I'll tell you the one takeaway, which I will carry all the while, was the message from Masood Azhar himself, saying that kash main mar jata, Allah mujhe utha leta. The terror, the fear which went into the terrorists, Akas of terrorist network, that is our greatest gain. We have put that fear, we have knocked at their doorsteps, saying
and we've actually knocked down that door when we destroyed their air defense. And Sandeep, is that your biggest takeaway, the 9 terrorist targets? You know, the manner in which the Indian armed forces have responded to the Pakistani terror threat. Not only were 9 targets taken down, the moment the Pakistanis responded the next day, the systematic manner in which Pakistan was punished, from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from Skardu down to their latest airbase in Sindh province.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And we've been talking about this on your show over the last couple of days, about how Operation Sindoor is not just one operation. It has several phases. It is important to understand all of those phases. And when they talk about gradual and calibrated escalation, this is how it unfolds. When you first have that first phase where you're targeting terrorist infrastructure, you're going in for leadership decapitation. Then you have the next phase of the operation where when the Pakistan military responds with this unprecedented attack all across Indian towns, cities, over 3,000 kilometers, we launch a broad daylight strike, taking out their radar sites, attacking their military infrastructure. This was never there in phase 1 of Op Sindoor. You start doing that on phase 2. And then once again, when Pakistan doesn't get the message, retaliates, then we go on to phase 3, which is what we saw today: unprecedented damage, destruction on Pakistan airfields, radar sites, ammunition storage sites, drone sites, parking sites, runway dispersals. They are saying the, hangars where aircraft were parked. So many sites taken out all at once. The Indian Air Force showing that, when it's called to do the job, it's not going to step back. And there are several more, ladders in that escalation ladder, which we haven't explored yet, Gaurav. And from the briefing, it's very clear that this, the DGMOs were very clear that they had gone about it in a very calibrated manner. This whole project, this whole operation had been studied in great detail, and they had laid out all the options and how they would respond to all of Pakistan's provocation, beginning with Pahalgam, but not restricted to it.
And now any act of terror will be seen as an act of war. And Shivani, there still is clear and present danger, because if you look at the situation on ground zero right now, what are your sources telling you? And you spoke to the 3, the Director General Military Operations, Air Operations and Naval Operations. Is the threat of those Pakistani drones and ceasefire violations, is it still there? Is it as bad?
Gaurav, absolutely. What we were expecting yesterday, that there will be calm, but soon after the ceasefire was announced, there were drone action above the skies in the western sector. And we cannot trust Pakistan. We are all prepared. That's what the DGMOs also said, that we are up in our ante. We are all set, and our forces are on a high alert mode, because we know what Pakistan could be doing next. So the people, in fact, when we were reporting today on ground, the villages that were evacuated, there too the administration, Gaurav, has suggested those people to be in those safe places, return only after a few days, because the assessment on ground is going on. We cannot trust Pakistan. We have to see what happens tonight, and we have to verify whether the ceasefire is maintained across the line of control. So we are getting some inputs that we'll be divulging that what is happening on ground right now. We are all, the armed forces are on a high alert, Gaurav. We cannot trust Pakistan. The forces are on a high alert, and we are not actually preparing to down our defense. Defense is high, and we can expect any kind of action today too. So we are ready for it, and the DGMOs have also indicated the same.
So there still is clear and present danger. Kamal, before I bring you in, let me quickly bring in Air Marshal Chaudhry, an ace fighter pilot, somebody who was there as part of TAC D and then at National Defence College. Air Marshal Chaudhry, your appreciation of the impact of Operation Sindoor so far. All pilots are fortunately back home and safe, but this operation continues. In your military appreciation, can Pakistan still try something, or after the punishment they've received all along their military bases facing India, they would be wiser now?
Thank you so much, Gaurav, for having me over. I'll just sort of quickly run through the whole thing. I think the Indian Air Force has demonstrated masterful escalation management. This conflict evolved from strikes on terror camps with long-range surface-to-surface missiles. A clinical SEAD, which was brought out by the other panelists, and thereafter it led to follow-on strikes of targeting their critical target, the terror targets. And when PAF retaliated in desperation, we upped the ante. We went and now hit their airfields in a series from the right from the north way down to the south. And this is something which is, if I may say, that it's a masterful synchronization of use of air power with surface and the naval elements, and well within the directions given, clear directions given, and well, beautifully escalation managed. And the immensely heartwarming part of it is that offensive air power has been used to drive home a message to an adversary who used to tom-tom their superiority of their air force all over the world. And this is one time, once again, right from 1947, 65 and 71, 1999, the PAF wasn't there. And this time around, I think it just clearly underscores the clinical sophistication and professionalism of the Indian Air Force, their hardcore, professional and tactical agility, enormous combat resilience, and above all, cold clinical aggression.
Cold clinical precision with which terrorists have been neutralized. And when Pakistan Army came to defend terrorists and Pakistan Air Force came to defend terrorists, can you imagine an army or an Air Force coming in defense of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed? They too were sent to their maker in several instances, and we will detail that out over the next several days. But Kamaljeet, details of terrorists killed. This is actually retribution for pain that India has suffered from IC-814 hijack, the Kandahar terror attack, the Parliament attack, 26/11 Mumbai attack, and a series of other terror attacks culminating in Pahalgam when Operation Sindoor was finally launched.
Well, all stops were pulled, and let me tell you that there has been provocation coming in from the from the Pakistani army, and Indian army has responded. What we've seen is planning, plotting, sending in non-state actors, be it Uri 2016, be it Pulwama terror attack in 2019, and a continuation of this particular policy in 2025 by targeting innocent civilians, trying to instigate people, especially on basis of communal disharmony. This is the terror plan as far as Pakistan is concerned, but they lie totally exposed because one, not only did the Indian establishment identify those 9 spots, and let me tell you, there's a lot of homework done. It's not that Indian government doesn't know or the Indian intelligence does not know, but to have it calibrated has taken some time. But yes, there were precision strikes which were carried out, and this was a joint integrated force which came together. And what we saw was, whether it's hinterland, and let me tell you, what we know is the next 24 to 48 hours, because remember, what's been done at the borders and line of control is already something which is done, and there's a high guard even there. But even inside, we've been pointing out, there is strong input that Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, now these are terror tanzeems which are highly controlled by the Pakistan ISI and army. But what has hit home is Maulana Masood Azhar crying for his own relatives, his 2 brother-in-laws. What we've seen is Muridke being hit, the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. So this is where it does seem that the restraint that the Pakistani army has at this point of time may not hold them very strong, because there is an input that they may retaliate, and the input is very strong. And that is why, whether it's about beefing up security establishment, temples, or even the river infrastructure, all this very heightened security. And what Indian government has already mentioned is that any act of terror will be counted as an act of war. So the message is loud and clear. Now the ball is back in Pakistan's court today, because remember, if there is any sort of provocation, they'll be hit hard. Now remember, as far as the terrorists are concerned, 100 of them have been killed, Pakistani planes have been downed, and thereafter what we know is in the artillery shelling, at least 35 to 40 army personnel of Pakistan have been killed.
And although all that information came out in public domain, when the Director Generals of Military Operation, Air Operations and Naval Operations not only held a press conference but gave details and satellite images of the destruction that had been carried out at Pakistani military bases from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir down to Karachi and through Pakistan's Punjab province. Joining me now on this broadcast is John Spencer, Chair of Urban Warfare Studies. And John Spencer, your appreciation of the use of air power, employment of air power in punitive strikes against terrorism, whether it's at Muridke or at Bahawalpur, precision strikes carried out at terror headquarters.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive joint multi-domain operation by the Indian Air Force and military in general. I understand the real capability is required to do that, and the precision and proportionality that was used by the Indian Air Force to penetrate air defenses at will and strike the very important terror camps that India wanted to strike, but also to defend Indian cities and Indian sites with a multi-factor air defense system for the drones and all of that the Pakistan military sent towards India.
How do you see the Pakistan Army and the Air Force targeting India? Because India's point was that these were punitive strikes, or these were strikes being carried out against 9 bases of terrorism, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed or Hizbul Mujahideen, whether in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir or Pakistan's Punjab province, but the Pakistan Army and the Air Force choosing to respond.
Yeah, I mean, that's a telling example of the targets and the clear visibility and legitimacy of the Indian government to respond to this vicious terrorist attack, but then to highlight every site, what it is, why it's being struck, and then for Pakistan then to reply by striking at both civilian cities and military installations was a grave escalation of which we've seen continued. And the explanations by the Indian military, like that presser that we just saw, full detail of every site and why it was selected, is a real big part of a free society, a democratic society's explanation of why military operations are being conducted, that this state-sponsored of terrorism won't continue. But the Pakistan military has answered by escalating, by striking at Indian military sites, which also have to be responded to.
So, and in your appreciation, in the international community, when you look at an army targeting a location in another country which is seen as a state sponsor of terror, and some of these are UN-designated terrorists or UN-designated terrorist organizations, one, is that legitimate targeting? Two, the response of the Pakistan Air Force in targeting civilian areas or attempting to target civilian areas in India, is that escalation?
Absolutely. Absolutely legitimate targets, explained, reasoned why, but also with extreme care, even in the Lahore airport where they were still running international flights, the Indian military hit very specific targets and was very discriminate in their targets, absolutely legitimate targets, to include the perpetrators of the Daniel Pearl assassination. So terrorism that has been allowed to be sponsored by Pakistan for a long time. And no, I don't think that the response by Pakistan was legitimate. It was an escalation of what could have been stopped earlier in the operation, but that continued escalation. And finally, now that we have a very tentative or very fragile ceasefire that we hope will continue, but a lot of these decisions get made by Pakistan.
India has also made another point very clear. Any future act of terror against India will be seen as an act of war. How do you read that message?
I believe it is clear and credible. You only have deterrence if you have capability, which India has demonstrated, immense capability, and the will to use it. I walked the ground of the 2008 Mumbai attacks, and what India's response was was only diplomatic, even though it was shown to be Pakistan ISI sponsored Lashkar-e-Taiba attack. This is a clear signal that that's all done. India will respond to attacks by the sponsorship, which was the Pakistan military and the Pakistan government. So I think it's a very strong message, but also a credible message.
And since you've walked that ground, since you've seen 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks where the same Lashkar-e-Taiba at Murid plotted an attack, and there's evidence that's going back to it, including David Coleman Headley from the United States of America, who underwent trial at that federal courtroom in Chicago and was convicted, of course, in the Copenhagen, in the Denmark terror attack case. But his involvement, his going to Murid or Ajmal Amir Kassab going to Murid and Bahawalpur, all these places, legitimate targets taken down by India, and will that deter Pakistan from using terror as an instrument of state policy?
I mean, it wasn't clearly. Hopefully, this will be a change. This is a shift. I mean, when terrorism comes, the world should not allow it. So this is about more than India as well. But India's change of its message and its actions. There will be no tolerance of any terrorist attacks on Indian soil. But this is a global problem. So Pakistan's continued sponsorship, training, funding, deployment of these terrorists is a global issue that the pressure needs to be applied in many factions of national power, not just by India, but I think in the global community.
And unfortunately, the global community really hasn't come up, and done so effectively. It should have done that a long time back. It really hasn't. But post India's actions against Pakistan, in terms of not just against terror, targeting 9 terror hubs, but targeting 11 military bases, will the world be forced to, 1, take notice? 2, has India, in your appreciation, been able to call out Pakistan's nuclear bogey, that any response against terrorism in Pakistan, and especially in Pakistan's Punjab province, could lead to a nuclear escalation? With Operation Sindoor, has that nuclear bogey been called out?
I mean, I think it should be called out. This is the problem that we see globally. Just because you have nuclear weapons doesn't mean you get to violate all international norms and rattle a nuclear saber. But it is, of course, a very concerning issue that nobody wants to see that continued escalation. And that's why I really appreciate India's efforts to show legitimacy, proportionality, discrimination in the targets and why they're doing them. So there is no reason to escalate. Nobody's threatening Pakistan as a state and its sovereignty and its ability to function. But rattling the nuclear saber, it shouldn't be allowed. But we should also globally understand that attacks on India, like these terrorist attacks, can't continue. So there should be caution, of course. I'm hoping that Pakistan takes their words and actually wants de-escalation and doesn't continue to escalate, despite the superior military capability that India has shown, but also the resolve to do what's necessary to protect India. I hope it doesn't continue escalation. And no, I don't think that nuclear saber rattling should be a part of that conversation. Nobody wants that. And it is reckless when a nation does that. But I think the globe has taken attention, and we've seen even the United States president and others are taking attention. But this is also a matter that needs to be resolved.
Oh, absolutely. It's a matter that needs to be resolved. But clearly, that's something where terror gun cannot be put to India's head. Stay with me for a moment, John Spencer. You're joining us from Colorado. The United States itself is a victim of this radical Islamist terror. It's dealt with it, to an extent, but then India is next door to terror. Let me also bring into this conversation Air Marshal Chaudhry once again as we speak of India's air power. Has the air power once again proven to be India's weapon of choice to punish terror? It was the weapon of choice in Balakot, 1 target, but here it was weapon of choice to punish 9 terror targets and then 11 military hubs when Pakistan chose to escalate, sir.
Yes, most certainly, Gaurav. Air power has always been in the front edge of a conventional warfare. But when it comes to sub-conventional warfare on the terror scale, which is in the lower end of the spectrum, I think we did that first in Balakot, and we have done it again. Now, I want to highlight a couple of points here. In the Balakot action, the strategic objective was the narrative was altered by the single loss that we had. And the world of Abhinandan shooting down. And the entire focus all over the world, including the media, shifted to that, stealing the narrative of credibility of that strike, which was a really effective strike. So this time around, 9 targets were hit out of 21. That's half the number of targets. That means we could have as well have hit all 21 of them as well. But we chose to hit 9 because on the credible information available. But this time around, you would notice there is imagery all over. There is clear awareness. A lot of media has done a spectacular role this time, wherein the effects were visible to people all around the world. And what is important here is that the follow-on action where the entire air defense was activated, do understand we have 1,000 kilometer of frontage, which is, I think, a scale which most of the current wars can't even imagine all over the world. So it's a warfare, war fighting or air operations at an enormous scale, which just shows the scale and the depth of the combat stamina and the resilience of the Indian Air Force and its capabilities. We are struck inside deep, we are struck inside hard, very, very graduated manner. And probably, if I may, be a little simplistic about it, the best is yet to come. But what we must bear in mind at the end of all this, where has been the Pakistani Air Force? The Pakistani Air Force in the past has always thrived on trying to build a myth on the number of engagements and kills and losses. It's always been they've always tried to trade that and to show the Indian Air Force down. But what is important here is losses are a part of professional, repertoire of any professional service. What matters
what is actually heartening, is all the pilots have come back home safe.
Yes, if I may finish.
All the targets have been punished. All the targets have been punished, not just terrorist targets, but when Pakistan escalated, all military targets have also been punished. Significance of these military targets in your appreciation, sir?
If I may just finish the last point which I was trying to make, is that at the end of the day, what really matters is achievement of the strategic objectives. And that was, I think, clearly underscored by the DG Air Operations in his talk today. And now look at the targets that we have hit. They're all critical target systems, well inside, graded to the manner, to the role and specifics required. The targeting of their air defense systems, of the radars and other sites, was to create space for the rest of the missions to go through and successfully. And the kind of standoff targeting which you have done, and this is, I think, a huge win for some of the weapons, especially the BrahMos, which is a huge pat in the back for the Indian industry. So this is something, this is a first in many ways. And I will end with just give others a chance here to step in with just one fact, that at the end of the day, this has brought back the centrality of air power and the fact that wide spectrum of operations it can undertake from the lower end of the non-contact kinetic spectrum that is targeting terrorists to right up to the conventional scale within the nuclear umbrella. And that, I think, is the most important.
Air Marshal Chaudhary, I want you to stay with me for a moment because I want to draw into this conversation Professor Brahma Chilani, one of India's foremost voices on matters military and strategy, who joins us on this India Today special broadcast. And also joining us in a moment would be Air Chief Marshal R.K. Bhadoria. But for the moment, only Professor Brahma Chilani and Air Marshal Chaudhary on a very specific issue that we want to discuss. Professor Brahma Chilani, you heard the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force, the Director Generals of Military Operation. Do you still feel that this was a situation where the Indian Armed Forces should not have called off Operation Sindoor when they were virtually, do you still feel it's like snatching defeat from the jaws of victory?
Today's briefing by the military officers reinforces the fact that India had the upper hand militarily, and this abrupt halt to military operations after just 3 days caught everyone by surprise, including members of Modi's cabinet. If we inflicted so much damage in 3 days, we could have at least continued inflicting heavy blows for a few more days. Why did we just abruptly end an operation that began on the 7th? 3 days later, on the 10th, we announced dramatically an end to hostilities without achieving clear objectives. Now, if you go by what we have done in terms of the inflicting damage, will that deter Pakistani military establishment from continuing its proxy war by employing terrorists, the killing of 35 to 40 Pakistani military personnel, the damage to some of their air bases? Will that be sufficient? Or, given the fact that we had degraded their air defenses, shouldn't we have pressed home that advantage to inflict far more costs on the Pak military before agreeing to a ceasefire? And then
Let me take that to Air Marshal Chaudhary. Sir, you've raised a very pertinent point, and perhaps majority or a very large section in this country perhaps think exactly the same thing, Air Marshal Chaudhary. We had the advantage. We were punishing them. We've bled for decades. When Pakistan was bleeding, we said, okay, to a ceasefire. Air Marshal Chaudhary.
I think at the outset, I think it's really not a classical ceasefire. It's it's sort of a seizure of military operations. That's what it is. Because when they continued firing, the opportunity, again, a free hand was given. But the point here is, militaries do what they're tasked to do. That is the first aspect. Second thing is, it's very, if I may be a little blunt here, that it is very easy for spectators to comment on pushing our nation to a higher level of conflict when the price of war is actually truly known to the soldiers. They know it. So the point is, when you look at the larger national interest, there must have been huge amount of parleys or discussions and at this, and the decision which has come about would have been most certainly in the best interest of the nation. So the military doesn't want to question that. We would love, I'm sure the military would love to go the whole hog, but we are a very responsible military, which follows a higher governmental direction.
Let me get Professor Chilani to come in on that. Sir, a considered decision. There was classification of aim that we will punish terror. 9 terror hubs punished, devastating strikes, 100+ terrorists killed. That aim achieved. When Pakistan escalated, 11 military targets in Pakistan destroyed. That aim achieved. Aim achieved, operations come to a standstill. What was the higher aim that you thought India could have achieved, Professor Chilani?
First, the military carries out a mission whose objectives have been set by the political leadership. The military doesn't set those political objectives. The military is given a task to accomplish. Now, if you look at modern military history, I can't think of a 3-day operation anywhere in the world, including by a superpower, that achieved lasting results. The only classic case of a short military operation that rewrote history was Israel's 6-day war in 1967.
Yes.
A war in which Israel took its neighbors by complete surprise. They were caught napping. Israel grabbed the West Bank, Gaza, and the Golan Heights, all in a 6-day war. Now, that was achievable because nobody expected Israel to launch an offensive. Now, in this case, we gave Pakistan all the time to prepare for an Indian military offensive, right? We could have drawn lessons from the Balakot airstrike and kept plans ready to strike when a major terrorist massacre occurred to catch Pakistan by surprise. That is swift retribution. No, we decided that we will do it at a time of our choosing. So it was clear to Pakistan that that India's armed forces were going to hit Pakistan, and we gave them 15 days to fortify the defenses. So, given that 3 days, you cannot achieve any lasting outcome. After all, when history is written, or when we look back 10 years hence as to what Operation Sindoor achieved, it'll have to be measured in terms of what follows.
That's a very interesting point to make. Very interesting point to make. Let me get Air Marshal Chaudhary to respond to that, so that every point that is raised, let's get a counter view on that and arrive at a conclusion. Air Marshal Chaudhary, when history is made, while we've struck terror and in those military bases, not much achieved.
Where is this a war? It's just an operation which is spread over 3 days. When you quote history of war, then the nation has to be at war. Swift retribution is overstated unless and until you keep the context in mind. When have we had a war in the recent times against two nuclear powers? So we have to keep a lot of context in mind. And I think context matters. And in this case, yes, I mean, I agree at a point that what will history say that down the line on this outcomes of this operation? But we also know that, and have seen history has repeated itself again and again, and especially let's take the case of Israel. That hasn't stopped war. Israel has not yet been able to deter beyond the terror. Yes, you can carry on. You can't kill an ideology. So the point here is that we are a long way from war. This was an operation, a very punitive operation for a very specific purpose. The grade and the scale of the purpose was very carefully calibrated. As far as the plans are concerned, I am very sure the entire planning this time around would have been taken to right up to the full scale of conventional spectrum, and they are ready and in place. Should the neighbor decide to escalate it? I think that's a significant aspect we need to bear in mind.
Fair enough. Professor Chilani, 35, yes sir, 35 to 40 military personnel killed, 100 plus terrorists killed, 11 military bases or air bases targeted. Does that send across a message that India means business? Next time the strikes would be not just demonstrative but punitive?
Gaurav, military operations between nuclear-armed states are not new. China and the Soviet Union clashed on their border. It was a limited border war.
Yes.
The Ukraine war involves the world's biggest nuclear powers in direct confrontation with the three Western nuclear powers taking on Russia. And another nuclear-armed country, North Korea, has joined on the side of Russia. That confrontation carries global risks to humanity, to the destruction of the world. So Pakistan having nukes should not deter India from accomplishing its political objectives. Now, let me be clear on what India's goal was. India's goal was not to end terrorism once and for all. Pakistan is the world's largest terror factory.
Yes.
This factory will keep churning out jihadi terrorists, given the vast terror infrastructure that has been built in Pakistan. We killed 100 plus terrorists. That's nothing. These terrorists are expendable for the Pak military generals. They are cannon fodder. The jihadi factories in Pakistan will churn hundreds more. And hitting 9 terror camps in Pakistan does not take out the terror infrastructure in Pakistan because, as I said, there is a deep nexus between the Pak military and terrorism. Terrorism is state-reared, state-nurtured, and employed by the state as an instrument of policy. The objective of Operation Sindoor was more limited, as outlined by the Prime Minister himself. The objective was to impose punitive costs on the Pakistani military establishment so as to deter further cross-border terror attacks for fear of inviting harsher retribution.
Interesting you should mention that. So this is not punitive enough for you, and I want to get Air Marshal Chaudhry to respond to that, because Professor Chelani, I want to come back to you on 2 points which virtually everyone I've spoken to in the past 2 days, 3 days have said. Their hopes were that, there would be stricter action against Pakistan, stricter. I mean, for people like us, Muridke and Bahawalpur being targeted is immense. Sargodha being targeted it's almost like out of the syllabus even for the Pakistan army. I'm sure they never thought Sargodha would be targeted. But perhaps, is that the new normal that's being set? But M. Marshal Chaudhry, you had your hand up. You wanted to respond that this is not punitive enough. This will not deter the Pakistan army. In fact, the radical elements in the army will train the next generation of Hafiz Saeed and the next generation of that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar.
Deterrence against supporting terror, I think, is a tenuous game. The challenge here is when you have a military whose existence revolves around creating an existential threat of a neighbor, the dynamics change a bit. Here the point was, I think I don't think there's any debate on the fact that you can't root out terror. You can't root out an ideology. To punish in a manner where the power brokers who control terror, who by their own words have stated in the past that the terror is a strategic instrument of the statecraft. I think that lesson, and it's a different world today. Earlier days, if you remember, most of the Western countries were pretty cynical about India's terror situation. Things have changed now. I think there is no doubt in anyone's mind of the Pakistani army's linkages with terror and the fact that it is almost like a terror state. It's a nurturer of terror. And I think that's one lesson which has gone across loud and clear to the world over. So there's a huge difference here.
Let me get Professor Chelani to respond to that. The fact that Sargodha has been targeted, the fact that Bolari Air Base has been targeted, the fact that Noor Khan Air Base has been targeted, 11 military bases all across from Skardu to Sindh targeted. You don't think that will deter Pakistan, Professor Chelani?
Gaurav, there are two things, diplomatic and military. Let me start with diplomatic. Operation Sindoor was designed to open the world's eyes to Pakistan's sponsorship of cross-border terrorism. We allowed US persuasion to abruptly halt our military operation without pressing home our advantages. The last time the US intervened in 1999, that intervention resulted in President Clinton averting all-out war by pressuring the then Pakistani PM Nawaz Sharif to withdraw invading Pakistani forces from Kargil. This time, the US mediation has helped bail out Pakistan from India's military reprisals without the US acknowledging, let alone seeking to address, the central issue, the core issue that triggered the military hostilities, which is Pakistan's asymmetric warfare through terrorist proxies. You look at Trump, what he has said, look at other Western leaders, look at the G7 foreign minister statement. None of these people even mention cross-border terrorism as an issue. They're all singing Pakistan's line, Pakistan's, they're taking the page from Pakistan's playbook. They're saying Kashmir is the core issue. A solution has to be arrived at to solve this problem. So, because we inconclusively ended Operation Sindoor, the international spotlight has now fallen on the Kashmir issue as the core issue, while the central issue, the core issue for India, cross-border terrorism, has been ignored. Why has this happened, Gaurav? Because success brings respect, and when you conclude something in a manner abruptly without showing the outcome, you will definitely face challenge to your narrative. This is
But
India's...
sir, the outcome is visible. If Jacobabad has been targeted, if Sargodha has been targeted, if Pakistan has been compelled to acknowledge to its people, I don't know if they will, that their air defense systems has been taken down, is that not demonstrating capability? SEAD, complete suppression of enemies' air defenses, Professor Chilani. Before I bring in Air Marshal Chaudhary to conclude, Professor Chilani, please go on, sir.
Yes, I'm glad that you raised that question. India should have brought a superior military power to bear on Pakistan in a way to impose high punitive costs from the word go, go. Where we had overwhelming power, like naval power, we did not employ. Where we managed to achieve dominance by degrading their air defenses, we did not press home that advantage. You saw the satellite images of Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. We destroyed only a part of it. We should have destroyed the whole of it. They can rebuild the damaged, the destroyed part within a few months, maybe a few weeks. So when you launch an operation that was designed to inflict punitive costs, those costs should have been such as to drive home a lesson so that you do not face repeated attacks from a country that has waged with impunity cross-border terrorism for 4 decades.
Let me take that
last point,
go on, sir. Go on, sir.
If our intent was only to mount a military offensive for 3 days, let me be clear, we would have been better off by keeping Pakistan under sustained military and diplomatic pressure rather than launching Operation Sindoor. That is without kinetic action. We could have achieved more, prevented this rehyphenation of India and Pakistan. We could have prevented this international spotlight now being cast on Kashmir as the core issue had we kept Pakistan under sustained military and diplomatic pressure without resorting to the use of force. But when we employed force, after 3 days, why did we succumb to US pressure? That's a question the country is asking.
Did we succumb to US pressure? Okay, Air Marshal Chaudhary, you want to quickly take that? When we were punishing them, we should have gone the entire way. I mean, Professor Chilani says there's no half pregnancy. When you were doing it, you might as well have destroyed his entire airbase. Why just a part of it? Why just a couple of hangars? Why just one part of the runway? Why not aircraft that were there on the parked on the taxiway or at that airbase?
Gaurav, it's only when you understand the real nuances of targeting, aerial targeting, you'll appreciate that when you hit a target from 200 kilometers away, those targets systems are destroyed on a certain, certain performance capabilities of the weapon system. Once the weapon is launched at those distances, the targeting is done on specific coordinates and on specific, from intelligence and a whole lot of other assessments on the target penetration and the kind of targeting it is. You can't switch a target just because you saw an aircraft there, because your larger target is I mean, once we get, I think once the results start coming out of what we actually hit, because what you're just seeing are bare satellite imagery. You don't know today what exactly has been hit, because it looks like in our open area we've gone and hit a target. So there is clear specific intelligence on which those areas and those specific target systems have been hit. One.
Fair enough.
Second, a lot of these airfields which you target, they're huge target systems. To carry out an attack on an airfield, to destroy an airfield, needs an immense amount of effort. It's not something which you can, hit so many targets together. But our ability to target so many targets over a period of time, where depth line right into the center of gravity of some of the depth bases, which are so critical targets. Those are actually centers of gravity of the Pakistani Air Force and the military as well. So when you do that, you send a clear message, look, that this is what I can do, and you can continue doing it. But the whole thing is, for the first time, I think India has shredded the notion that the terrorists are separated from the terrorist backers. That has been made clear.
And I will show those images. I will show those images of Pakistan Army being at the janaza of those terrorists, because that's where clearly sent out that message, and that inhibition of targeting Pakistan and Pakistan's Punjab, that's been removed completely. Professor Brahmachalani and Air Marshal Chaudhary, as always, for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast with your views. Many, many thanks. India has sent across a message. Will Pakistan read it? That remains the big question. I'm slipping into a quick break here. We'll be back with lots more. And when we come back on the other side, former Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, joins us on this India Today special. We'll go by every target that's been taken down. What does that indicate? India's big power projection, achievement of aim, what was the goal and what was achieved? All that and much more coming up. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Rajnath Singh Lord's Operation Sindoor says India gave befitting reply to Pak's terror. Khadge and Rahul write letter to PM Modi to call special parliament session. BCCI aiming to resume IPL in May following ceasefire.
ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
sorry. Ui, ada. Maya, oh. So sorry. Ui, ada. Maya, oh. Welcome back to India Today's continuing coverage. We're showing you the images that you see on your television screen. That's the Chaklala airfield at Noor Khan. Before and after on the 10th of May, you're looking at those images of the devastation that has been carried out. We will show you each and every image that has been seen. On India Today, we get you the bomb damage assessment. And this is pure military science. And it is my privilege, with me on this special broadcast is Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria, former Chief of the Air Staff. Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, welcome, sir. We're looking at the bomb damage assessment. What was hit in Pakistan? We're not talking about the terrorist training camps, launch pads and centers right now. We are talking about the military targets. For example, the Pasrur air defense radar that's been hit. You saw the images before and you're seeing the images after. We were told that that is the radar head that's been decapitated, sir. Sir, this is the Chunyan radar, RF wala air defense system, and we'll go one by one on all these targets so that you can understand and the importance of what the Indian Air Force did or the Indian Armed Forces did. Sir, the bigger picture, you heard what Director General Air Operations and Military Operations said. According to you, what is the big picture that emerges?
The big picture is very clear. Firstly, a very clear assessment of what was done after hitting the terrorist strike and why it was done. Our objective was very clearly, Operation Sindoor was to target terrorist sites and infrastructure. That was the first 9 targets on the first day. It was in response to Pakistan military's incursion with respect in the form of drones, UCAVs, missiles, etc. That our response started on military targets, made very amply clear. And that too, the kind of restraint shown by our military, by our army, by our Air Force in choice of targets and the extent of target selection was very clear. Otherwise, it could have been many more. Okay. So the first night, there was a measured response, some 80 targets taken, some radars, some SAM sites.
So let's take this step by step and target by target. Yeah. Chunyan air defense radar. Why is Chunyan so important, sir? Okay. It's playing out on air route. Okay, we've just jumped to Sukur. Let's stay with our target for a moment, please. Let's start with Sukur.
Okay, I must tell you that whatever images that you see are released will only be some images. Okay, yes. It will not be total. So what I say would be relevant with respect to what I see. The actual damage and the actual assessment will be far beyond. Okay. This one is?
This is Chunyan right now. We're just trying to get you these images one by one that will stay on the screen so that even our viewers can benefit from this, so that our viewers can also assess the damage. So this is the Chunyan air defense radar.
See, the air defense radar targeting the kind of damage shown and the kind of damage inflicted, that radar is non-ops. So if we had gone into a conventional conflict, over a period of at least 10 to 15 days, there was no way that could have been brought up. That is the kind of impact it would have had in case we had gone into a full-fledged conflict. Also, should there have been a need for incursion from our side, yes. And also in their entire air defense picture that they have integrated a system in the manner that they have, this would have created a big hole. So that is the impact of targeting this kind of target and achieving success.
Okay, let's now go to Sargodha, because you know, some of the analysts I've been speaking to, and you can tell me better, they thought targeting Sargodha is mission impossible. I believe all of you war-gamed all your military careers, but this is the first time ever, you know, in war on terror. It's been targeted in the 71 war, but in the target acquired, sir. When you look at this image, what emerges?
See, Sargodha as a target complex. Sargodha is a huge, base. It houses many important critical assets, be it in the kind of weapon stored, kind of aircraft, kind of capability. So overall, Sargodha is hugely important. And our targeting of Sargodha, keeping that as a target, is a very strong message that, and that too, only some targets at Sargodha have been taken. But if some can be taken, there could be multiples. So targeting Sargodha,
for the benefit of our viewers, is one of Pakistan's biggest military complexes, biggest air bases.
From Pakistan Air Force perspective,
from Pakistan Air Force perspective.
Very well defended, very strongly in terms of layers, in terms of, especially because of the assets there. And our, effort at targeting that, precise targeting, you can see the damage inflicted. And
explain
for sure,
the damage, sir. Explain the damage for our viewers at Sargodha. We stay at Sargodha for a moment. Please explain the damage at Sargodha, sir.
We need to get closer.
Okay. So Sargodha is the runway that's been targeted, and there's some damage repair that is going on at Sargodha. Yeah. Sargodha, but for the benefit of our viewers, sir, that it has their F-16s.
Yeah.
It has...
No, it has all critical assets. So the target, the destruction that you see on the runway, that portion, this kind of destruction, they would... minimum take a day or so to recover. So it disrupts the operation. So if there was a need for them to launch their aircraft early, if you put 2-3 of these holes on the runway, big holes, then the runway is non-ops for that time. So targeting runway is to disrupt their operations significantly.
Were these strikes only demonstrative that we can do this should we choose to? There is some destruction, but it is not devastating him as of now. It's only symbolic. Is that what you've done?
No, it's
what the Air Force has done?
It's a combination. It is symbolic in terms of messaging. It is significant damage in terms of preparing. Should it continue to escalate, it is not that these damages should go waste. So it's not only runway. There are command control centers. There are hangars targeted. So there are assets targeted, there are shelters targeted. So the effort is to disrupt their operational capability from the airfield, also to attack their assets. So whatever was in that shelter, let me assure you, that would be non-ops. That would be damaged.
Whether it's his fighter jets, because Sargodha was also are you sending him a message that even if you think that you will launch a nuclear attack, I can take you down before you even think of it?
Absolutely. That is one of the things. Some of their assets capable of taking off that vertical vector in the air are based there. So Sargodha is hugely important. And this is much beyond a message. It is also inflicting some damage so that it is kind of shaping the battlefield should things continue to escalate. Not only Sargodha, you should see all airfields that have been attacked.
We are going to every airfield, and that is why I requested you to join us on this special broadcast, because on India Today, we know you are very interested in knowing what our armed forces have done. What has happened is truly, as many defense analysts argue, unprecedented. Unprecedented. Punishing terror, both at Muridke and Bahawalpur. It was war game, and I just want to understand from you. From the time that you were a young flight lieutenant or a squadron leader, till the time you became air chief, how many times would you have war gamed targeting some of these terror bases?
See, terror bases as anti-terror operations, these were critical targets which were on the horizon always, because they were the basic core centers of their housing. Also, these air bases that you have spoken about, they are the primary bases which always were kept very close track of and were formed a major portion of our discussion stroke our planning. So what you see today is something that every Air Force officer would have heard or would have discussed or would be master at.
That I can, no, but when you talk to the Pakistanis, like you also told me, Sargodha is their best defended, amongst their best defended airfields. It has apparently 4 to 5 layers of air defense system. So what penetrated through this? What penetrated 5 layers of his, or 4 layers of his air defense?
So we have today weapons that are capable of huge standoff and also capable of penetrating such defenses. And don't forget, the previous night we made some holes in their AD network.
Yes.
So that would have created some kind of gaps in their overall ability to monitor their air defense. So it's a combination. And important thing to understand is within one night of targeting some limited AD assets, we went ahead and targeted so many bases in this manner. It's just a trailer what we can do actually. Our actual thing would have been multiple.
You mentioned that ये अभी interval है. Picture abhi baki hai. That is the message that India has sent out to Pakistan with these 11 strikes that have taken place at the military locations and 9 targets that were taken out earlier, and those were 9 terror targets. Let's now move from Sargodha to Chaklala. Chaklala is perhaps amongst the oldest and the most important air bases, right next to Pindi, the seat of power in Pakistan. You know, in any democracy where the Prime Minister sits is the seat of power. Islamabad, it should be in Pakistan, but it is GHQ Rawalpindi, and that is why Chaklala becomes very important. Noor Khan Air Base. So, we're looking at images also, and we will play out. The first image that came of Noor Khan was this huge ball of smoke that went up, and there was a ball of fire. What would have led to that ball of fire at Noor Khan Air Base?
No, that is straightforward, that the kind of impact that has taken place, either that size of ball normally happens when the target itself goes up in flames. It's a combination of not only the weapon, but the target. So it's a clear sign of a strong damage. Also, as I can see on this, it's clearly a hangar. and assets in the hangar or shelters have been targeted. With this kind of damage, whatever was inside would be destroyed.
So
would be non-ops.
if we were to make an intelligent assessment, they have their mid-air refuelers there.
Yes.
They have the
Chaklala is very important from that perspective. They have combat support assets which are critical.
They have combat support assets which are very critical. So if we come to specifics of combat support assets, it says mid-air refueler. I think it's an IL-78 platform. This mid-air refueler.
Yeah, they have a version.
They have a version.
Yeah, and they have another Chinese version.
And they have a Chinese version of the IL-78.
Yeah.
That's a heavy lift. Ilyushin 78 is a heavy lift transport aircraft of Russian origin. They have a Chinese version of
we have the IL-78.
We have the IL-78.
And more importantly, they have some of their AWCs that normally land there. So it's a combination. They would have rotated, of course. But if Air Force has gone in, they have the capability to house these assets, and there would be some critical assets. Can't be sure of refueler.
Okay.
More important target than that would be AEWC, for example. That
AEWC, Advanced Early Warning and Command and Control. The Saab, right.
Yeah.
That's the Saab 2000 is what they have, sir.
Yeah, and they have their C-130 fleets there.
And
but
C-130.
As a military target, AEWC would be critical.
You know what that means actually? Pakistan Air Force would be blind in the sky because they have no advanced early warning and command and control structure, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big kill. I mean, that's a huge kill.
If that gets damaged, it's a huge achievement. And there are signs that some such asset has been damaged, either in the air or on ground. So let the damage assessment come out from the Air Force in due course.
Some of it has, but you're absolutely right.
I'm just
you're
going
absolutely
by,
right.
going by the targets.
Look at the damage that's been done to the most important airfield, amongst the most important airfields in Pakistan, because when every VVIP in Pakistan, I mean, next time when Asim Munir takes a flight from this Noor Khan airbase, he'll be scared. He'll be scared that some Indian missile can take him down.
Yeah, he'll be looking upwards, and his entire Air Force and Army would be looking upwards and towards us, towards the border.
That's
for some time to come.
That's the significance. Dar और ये डर किस तरह अच्छा है is the message that must go out to a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror. So we've talked about Chaklala. Chaklala has also a lot more their command and control system
of course,
to a large extent.
Yes. So see, all these strikes would have targeted either their command and control centers, which are very important, their assets for which hangars, shelters, etc., their places where they store their weapons. Fuel not as much at this stage of the war, unless they've gone in, I'm not too sure. But weapons storage, critical weapon storage for sure. Their combat support assets.
I'm coming to combat support assets.
This would be, and clearly the choice of target. Very important is to understand they were on full alert.
Yes.
We had only taken out a part of their air defense. Rest was still kind of functional. And we still went and did this mission because when they did not listen and enhance their drone attacks and UCAVs and a significant increase in air-to-surface weapons and standoff weapons, this was the repercussion for that.
From Chaklala airfield or Chaklala airbase, Noor Khan, let's shift to Jacobabad. And Jacobabad has tremendous significance. We'll also show you Jacobabad on the map so that you understand that when you come down in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, which include the northern areas, Skardu airbase, you've taken down the airfield at Skardu. That's actually your message that you're also sending out to the Chinese. Then you've...
Yeah, it is under their nose.
It's under their nose. So I'll talk about Skardu in just a moment. But for the moment, we want to talk about Jacobabad. Isn't this amongst their most critical when it comes to some of their strategic assets, including the American F-16s?
Yeah, it is critical, some of the assets. But let me tell you, the criticality is also because of its location, and some of these assets can move very fast. Okay. But the location and the kind of target taken, for sure, there were critical assets inside. So this kind of hit on this shelter, whatever is inside is destroyed.
Okay.
There is no way it can survive.
But tell me this, sir. We've seen some holes have been punched in the airfield. Some hangars have been destroyed. Is this just demonstrative that we can do this, we can do this again? Should the Air Force, I mean, whether the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile was used or not, I do not know, but that is what we've seen, a booster and a nose cap. So we can only assume that even a BrahMos was used. My question is, should it have been a more punitive strike? That he cannot repair the runway in 24 hours or 48 hours. He should not be able to repair the hangar. Destroy his assets.
It would have been in case we were planning for a full-fledged conflict. So there was a lot of restraint shown, and in spite of choosing so many targets, only some critical assets were chosen. Like I said earlier on the same point, if we were going on for a normal conflict and it was a counter-air operation, it would have been in multiple times of this. It would have been at least 5-6x of this in terms of in one wave.
In one
wave, and we would have done 3 waves at night.
In one night, we would have done three, 4 waves.
Yes. So this is just a very, very restrained kind of action taken and a very controlled measure so that things don't escalate and they have enough warning to step back. It was a message, and it was, along with the message, some critical damage which helps us as we go along.
From Jacobabad, I now want to move and we have the entire list. So the Sukur Air Base, or Sakar as the Pakistanis say, the damage here, sir, before and after to the airfield, and I believe beyond some other assets have also been taken down.
Yeah. So if you go as per briefing, see the damage on the airfield is very clear.
Right in the heart of the runway.
Heart and at a critical point, which is normally the aim. So this airfield will be disabled, and there is another target taken there. I don't see the picture, if I remember the briefing right.
Yeah.
So again, important point to consider and for the people to know that every single target that was attempted has been achieved. So see the success rate against an adversary who was fully prepared and expecting. And this is just an indication of what would have happened if they had not stepped back.
Okay, from Sukur then, or Sakar, let's move forward to Bulari, their latest airfield, their newest airfield, because I also wanted to show this on the map, and we will do that in a moment. We have a map where we will show all the airfields that have been taken down from Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Skardu to Bulari. In the Sindh, does this now come down to Sindh province?
Yeah.
That's the aircraft hangar.
Yeah, that's it. So again, whatever is inside this hangar and some of the open places here, there are a lot of open places on this airfield. There would have been certainly assets in this shelter and hangar combination.
When we talk about
and
assets,
this would be complete loss for them.
So it's a write-off.
Absolute write-off.
Whether it's a JF-17 or
Yes,
an
whatever
F-16,
assets, yes.
because most of his F-16s, we were told, or at least there were some reports, unless they were misleading, Pakistani media had indicated that they had moved some of their F-16s to the Pasni Air Base.
No, they had moved. That would have been monitored. And this is on the 3rd night, so they would have seen what has been deployed. When you put a target like this specifically, this hangar or shelter, and not the adjacent one, not another one across the runway, that's because this is where the assets were.
Sir, look at the air bases across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir that have been taken down. The significance, the one at Skardu opposite Kargil in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, what they may want to call their northern areas. Why is punching a hole in the Skardu airfield so important?
Again, it is firstly a message. Secondly, Skardu, that area, Skardu is a very important airfield. Over the last couple of years, there have been serious developments here, serious improvements. Infrastructure, and also assets have been moved. And you just see where it is located. So yes. if conflict had continued to escalate, it is very critical to keep that under control for forces in Srinagar and entire JNK. So the Skardu
because even during
strategically,
Op Vijay, and you were part there, even during Op Vijay, the Pakistanis had operated out of Skardu, and when they had targeted, if I remember, it was from here that they targeted Nachiketa, squad leader Nachiketa.
Yeah, this is a critical base in that area. And of late, a lot of improvement in this base. A lot of shelters being made, critical assets operated, all their exercises.
The critical assets here would mean UCAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles?
Not only unmanned,
radars?
even F-16s have come there, all their aircraft. In any exercise, in any operational deployment, you would have the best of their assets here. So disabling Skardu is important.
Okay, so Skardu, we've already talked about Noor Khan, we've talked about Sargodha, we've talked about Murid, the radar installations taken down. The Sialkot aviation base, is that too tactical for me to ask a former air chief? Why is Sialkot aviation base very important? Is that their UCAVs and helicopter assets, or do they have more than that? And a radar, I believe, at Sialkot.
Sialkot would be more from a radar perspective. It's those training areas are not of real importance at this stage at all. So it would be assets in terms of command and control, and in terms of combat assets. Is what is relevant, and of course the runway. So it is always something that is relevant to the war potential.
Pasrur is an early warning system, and Pasrur being taken down has twin advantages. Are aircraft going in? Would that be the reason? Because I believe the army was also involved in taking down the Pasrur early warning system.
Pasrur is critical, location-wise, capability-wise, and its own contribution to their air defense network and overall their capability. So Pasrur was significant.
How soon can Pakistan overcome the damages inflicted by India?
The pictures that I have seen of the radar damage, in any short conflict, it wouldn't have been available. So even if they have all the parts, because there was substantial damage, if the damage is less, they can change some of those parts. Okay. But I would expect this was disabled for the foreseeable 2-3 weeks.
Would the Pakistan Army ever have imagined their frontline fighter bases from Skardu to Rafiki to Jacobabad to Sargodha to Noor Khan to Murid, come down to Bulari? All of them could be targeted almost near simultaneously in 24 to 48 hours by the Indian Air Force, and there's nothing that they could do about it.
Yes, and don't forget, this almost completes the chain of their critical assets. Yes. It was spread out, number of targets were reduced, but a clear message across, and only Karachi area was left where Navy was very strongly poised. And it is just a measure of restraint shown. Otherwise, if it had kind of continued for the next night, I wouldn't have been surprised at all if Karachi was hit badly, and Navy would have was absolutely ready from the location that I can figure out. I'm not seeing from any information from my assessment.
No,
that would have been the next strong.
Actually, Admiral Pramod mentioned that the Director General Naval Operations, Admiral Pramod, he indicated that the Navy was totally dominating the seas.
Absolutely.
And ensuring that he's either inside the harbour or very close to the coast.
And Karachi is very important, and it is also very adjacent to some of their very sensitive strategic assets, their oil refineries, their other things. So damage to Karachi is another level of damage that would have played on the mind of defense services to just hold on a little bit. Otherwise, next night, I think Karachi would have been targeted, and there was nothing stopping us.
I also want to show our viewers some of the videos that came out, and some of these videos had come out from Pakistan itself of the massive explosion taking place. You know, it's something like a slam dunk and a whoosh and a doom, like a massive boom.
Yeah.
We'll play out those videos in just a moment. But as we wait for those videos to play out, let's also show you some of the other airbase. Now, there when you see the Pasrur air defense radar. Now, Pasrur, once again, is taking down something which is very critical for the adversary if we were to attack from the north, sir. Just look at that radar dome being taken down there.
Yeah. So this kind of damage, like I said, this picture I had seen earlier, this radar is disabled. Mind you, some of these radars have some backups. They would have some backup assets which will get plugged in and plug some holes. but radar of this nature is difficult to replace in total. So this won't get replaced. Some of the holes, other radars would step in to plug some part of the hole, but there would still be a degrading effect on their network, and there would still be some holes left.
What would Pakistan Air Force be thinking tonight? Jacobabad, one of their most important bases, Sargodha, very critical airbase for them, Noor Khan, Rafiki. Rafiki is where they have their drones, I believe.
Yeah, drones and their fighters too.
And their fighters too.
Yeah. Rafiki has been critical all along.
JF-17s and Mirage
that keeps
3 and
changing.
5.
JF-17s have been there, F-16s have operated. That keeps shifting. It's not important. It would depend upon the situation. Yeah.
Sir, are there airfields, all their airfields in Pakistan, air bases, all in the line of fire? I mean, I want you to look at this picture, sir. Noor Khan Air Base hit by India. Yeah. This is 7th of May.
So you can just imagine, and all these bombs are on target. Just imagine the damage. That they are on target is shown by satellite picture. The level of explosion and is quite evident here. Therefore, you can just imagine the kind of damage.
I mean, I've looked
this
at...
This is in Lahore.
This is Lahore.
This drone.
This is Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. And we've also seen pictures from inside the
if it goes this deep on the runway, this won't come up in 2-3 days. So right now, Pakistan Air Force would be scrambling to fill up their runways and craters.
Bottom layer is sand and then layers and layers and layers of cement.
They would be scrambling the kind of damage there. And you can see 2-3 days later, they will take the international media and should try to show that there is no damage. They will be working 24 hours to repair this. This is how they operate.
Yeah. I mean, they did that in 2019 at Balakot.
Yeah. But it took
them 40 days. It took them 40 days there.
40 days.
But what kind of a bomb would have done this? I mean, a crater so deep and so wide.
I won't go into that. They should be rest assured that it's not only one variety of weapons that we can do this. There are many. But this is just a trailer, just a small trailer.
This, of course, this video, again, very fascinating. This came out in that press conference on day one. This would be a drone?
This would be from a drone or a small UCAV. This is apparently from a drone.
That's the Sarjal camp and the Mamuna Joya camp. Because I was told that the army itself has rigged some of these quadcopters that can just rig and drop the mortars also.
Yeah. This is... But see how successfully achieved. Simple solution, how effectively employed. And the next one was loitering munition. This is a drone-based ammunition.
Fascinating. Now, I want to understand from you, is this imposing costs on Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror? This would be perhaps... if he's lost 11 air bases and radar stations and military sites and 9 terror camps and Murid and Bahawalpur.
Yeah, absolutely. Imposing costs, and currently more important than cost is affecting their prestige. And so the imposition on their prestige within the country, internationally, exposing their nexus with the terrorists, and the fact that they are willing to go this far to support their terrorists, lives lost in terrorists. So I think the cost to that is much, much higher. And in times to come, that is what will hurt them.
But will it? Because, they lost half their country in 1971. Nothing happened to their army. It just became more powerful. And that poor man who, threatened to wage a 1,000-year war against India, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, he was hanged. Benazir Bhutto was doing jag, jag, mo, mo, han, han. She was shot from behind. And now her son seems to be doing the same thing, ki jahan pani nahi bahega, to khoon bahega, and he speaks Hafiz Saeed's language.
Yeah, you see, it's very clearly de facto army rule there in terms of control, in terms of really doing what they are doing. And they have created this mess and reached economically and in their internal conflicts that are going on, Balochistan, So they are in a mess.
You would think Operation Sindoor has been a success in terms of the targets acquired day one, the 9 terror training camps, launch pads, Murid ke, Bahawalpur, 100 plus terrorists killed, day 2, day 3, because day 2, came on our side, day 2 tried to inflict damages. We've had 5 fatalities, unfortunately, we've lost 5 Braves, we've lost an aircraft. Fortunately, the big point that was made by the Indian Air Force, all pilots are home safe.
See, we should not have any element of doubt that as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, it's a huge success. It is not only a success, it is an immense success. You see the level of targeting of terrorist sites and bases. Okay, Bahawalpur, Muridke, we've had this on our radars or in our information folders for decades. We've never targeted. And when we targeted and destroyed it in full public gaze, with the first videos and photographs coming from Pakistani public, you see the impact. You see the impact.
What will be the impact on Asim Munir and their NSA and DGISI, General Asim Malik? Would they be sensitive, or would they want to now avenge it and they will create like an entire army of Hafiz Saids and Masood Azhars?
No, they would. Their policy is that, so they would continue that. But look how much face they have lost. That their entire nexus with terrorism has got exposed to. The international community knew, but they didn't bother. Now they would be forced to bother. They would be forced to look at it, look at Pakistan again as epicenter of terrorism. When 9/11 happened, there was a lot of attention there. Osama bin Laden, again attention back to Pakistan. Then everybody just let Pakistan off the hook, and they're still there.
Look at Noor Khan. Look at this. There's another picture. Airstrike Noor Khan Air Base, Pakistan. Some of his assets are still around. While you've targeted some, you can still see an aircraft on the runway.
Yeah. Obviously, there would be some asset which is, if it is far, it won't get damaged. But what was targeted, you see the impact there.
Yeah.
The kind of impact that is shown, nothing would survive there.
The airbase facility is, there's a truck that's gone, at least 2 trucks, likely military support related vehicles that have been destroyed. Airbase action, post-strike image that we see, first strike, the target. And if we're saying that their command and control, their AVAX or their advanced early warning system is gone, then that's a huge setback.
This would have been chosen because of what lies there. Clearly, otherwise you don't target a building like this.
Okay.
And we were talking of Operation Sindoor. So clearly on the first day, it is absolute success. What we have done thereafter is because of what Pakistan did in terms of, sending drones across and lotting munition, etc. And everything at every stage, they've been punished harder. So whatever action they took militarily, we took a proportionate action, but proportionate upwards always. And every night we kind of increased.
You punished him harder.
Punished him harder, but all our targets were military targets.
He spent a high-speed missile. I mean, are you indicating that he sent in a ballistic missile? Are you saying he would send...
No, one of the missiles, there are signs that there was a ballistic missile too. But some were air-launched cruise missiles. Some of them have been intercepted. So they've done a combination of missiles. They've done a combination of, I think ballistics has been used. I don't have confirmation.
This is one picture that you must describe for the benefit of our viewers. This is the Jaish-e-Mohammed facility in Bahawalpur. I'm sure as a flying pilot, you've as a Air Force fighter pilot, you've wargamed this. The bomb seems to have gone down level 1, then the floor, and then it's gone down the crater. Absolutely. I mean, what kind of a bunker buster have you used here?
Yeah, this, I won't name the bomb, but this is what we are capable of. And in this building, nothing would have survived. In this building, nothing would have survived. And the fact that this was chosen, it was, you see, it is in the center of that.
Yes.
So it's a very accurate targeting. And also, mind you, anything outside the building wouldn't have got destroyed.
Yes.
So if there are people outside, within 50 or 100 meters outside on the roads, I think there is some civilian area close by, they wouldn't have died. So this is a very targeted attack, but classic damage. This image will haunt them for years.
Okay, so is the message from India to Pakistan that if you're a terrorist or a terror supporter, don't sleep inside a building, sleep on the road if you want a longevity?
No, if they sleep on the road, we'll get them on the road also. Once we know where they are, there is no hiding. So there is no place in Pakistan that we cannot reach today with our stand-up weapons. So the game has changed. Our rules have changed. It was zero terrorism. Now it is any act of terror would be act of war. So the future is going to be different. And Pakistan army better realize this, and the ISI better realize this. They have to de-link now, otherwise they and their assets which support terrorism, and there is an act in our borders, they would be targets. They would be legit targets next time.
Sir, I will let that be the last word on this part of the show. That's Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria, former Chief of Air Staff, describing each and every target that was taken down, the significance of the target taken down, and the damage it's inflicted, not just in terms of money, but the psyche of Pakistan's military terror complex and those who bat for it. We will continue to expose Pakistan's military terror network. Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria for joining me here on this India Today broadcast. Many thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Time now for us to slip into...
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence. Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Rajnath Singh Lord's Operation Sindoor says India gave befitting reply to Pak's terror. Khadge and Rahul write letter to PM Modi to call special parliament session. BCCI aiming to resume IPL in May following ceasefire.
ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. The Indian Armed Forces today gave details of the operations that have been carried out as part of Operation Sindoor, from the targeting of the terror hubs in Pakistan, from Bahawalpur to Muridke to Sialkot, to the multiple terrorist training camps and launch pads in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and Pakistan's response to that. India very clearly would have expected that Pakistan will cooperate in action against terrorism. Terrorism on its soil, especially when Pakistan claims it's a victim of terror. However, Pakistan launched multiple drone, missile and airstrikes, of course using standard weapons on India. Those strikes failed. India then was compelled to take punitive action, of course restricted punitive action. And over the course of the next half hour, I get you details of action taken and some of the key takeaways from the meeting or the briefing by Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Director General of Military Operations of the Indian Army, Air Marshal Bharti, Director General Air Operations, and Vice Admiral Mohan, the Director General of Naval Operations. Listening to them, more than 100 terrorists were killed in Operation Sindoor strikes at the terror camps. That's a huge number of terrorist kills. Some of them were high-value terrorists, including those who were wanted in connection with IC-814 hijack way back in December 1999. Very significant message. A terrorist who's wanted in India will be gunned down, will be sorted, will be brought to justice, whatever it takes, however long it takes. And perhaps Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar in Karachi, Tiger Memon in Karachi, they should feel very, very uncomfortable when they look at these images that we're about to show you. More than 35 to 40 Pakistani service personnel were killed when India responded to ceasefire violations by Pakistan. Sadly, we've also suffered 5 losses. 5 braves have made the supreme sacrifice of their lives, and these are military braves. Remember, apart from the 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen who were killed in the Pahalgam terror attack, we've had another 16 fatalities, including in the Pakistani attack on a convent, on a Gurudwara, and they've even targeted temples and civilian homes in Jammu and Kashmir. Before I get you more on that story, let me tell you about how the Army, the Navy and the Air Force dominated this battlefield throughout and continue to dominate not just the skies, the land, even the seas very close to Karachi. Listen in.
Operation Sindoor was conceptualized with a clear military aim to punish the perpetrators and planners of terror and to destroy their terror infrastructure. What I do not state here, of course, is the often stated determination of India and its intolerance to terror. It set into motion a very diligent and microscopic scarring of the terror landscape across the borders and the identification of terror camps and training sites. I have no doubt in my mind that we achieved total surprise, and those strikes across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul Malik Rauf and Mudassir Ahmed that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast.
The difference between 7th night and 8th night was that on 7th night he sent in his Yiha class of UAVs. However, these UAVs can go some distance. They are armed. However, on the 8th, less numbers of armed UCAVs were there or UAVs were there, and more numbers of quadcopters, maybe for surveillance or just for harassment of civilians. This continued till midnight. Our air defense preparedness ensured that there was no damage on the ground, either to the military installations or to the civilians. However, the enemy had yet again shown that he wanted to up the ante and he wanted a fight, and we were up to the task. We struck his air bases, command centers.
Big statement made by the Indian Air Force. Indian strikes at Pakistan airbase killed 50. A Pakistani squadron leader, Usman Yusuf, among those dead. The devastating Indian Air Force raid at Pakistan's Bulari airbase led to these casualties. Multiple Pakistani fighter jets have been destroyed in these airstrikes. This is a big story, and I want to get you details of this here. Breaking news coming in. In the Indian strikes, at least 50 personnel were killed in one Pakistan Air Force base, including squadron leader Usman Yusuf. He's amongst those who were killed. The devastating Indian air raid at the Pakistani Air Force base Bulari led to these fatalities and casualties. Multiple Pakistani fighter jets were destroyed in these raids. I want to get you more details that we are getting of this information, and this is just one. Look at the number of Pakistani Air Force bases and military installations that have been targeted, right from Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, which is opposite the Leh-Kargil belt here. Skardu, incidentally, is also Indian territory, illegally in Pakistani possession. It is a part of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The Skardu air base was targeted. Come down and we have that entire list of whether it's Pasroor, Chunia, Arifwala, Sargodha, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur, Bulari and Jacobabad are amongst the air bases that have been targeted by Indian Air Force. Pakistan Air Force squadron leader among those who were killed. 50 Pakistan Air Force personnel were killed. Each and every airfield, each and every air base that was targeted, there was a very specific reason to do so, because they had been used in operations against India. They'd been used to bleed India, and that is why it wasn't just random targeting of a Pakistan Air Force base. They were chosen for an absolute reason. The fog of war has finally lifted, and it looks now that we have details of India's Operation Sindoor. I want to get you more details. Massive success across the board. I want to cut across and bring in India Today's Piyush Mishra for more on the story. Piyush, what more details do we have of the casualties across? Because the adversary must know there are costs when terror is used and is as an instrument of state policy to bleed India. What more can you tell us? What happened at the Bulari Air Base?
Gaurav, one thing is clear that it's a Naya Bharat, and there's a strategy in place, and a lot of things have been achieved by the government after carrying out the successful Sindoor Operation Sindoor. But we're now learning from our sources within the government is that there are big achievements, which includes 9 terror camps being destroyed, deep strikes into Pakistan's mainland. Also, red line has been drawn, which certainly indicating that India's response has exerted a doctrine shift towards the calibrated deterrence. Operation Sindoor has also made it very clear that Pakistan can no longer ignore that terrorism as state policy will trigger targeted, visible consequences will be there. Also, what we are told from our sources is that there will be a new paradigm shift against the terror being sponsored by the Pakistan. Moreover, we are going to further expose Pakistan's fragile situation, air defense situation. What we were also told is that the projection of India's robust air defense preparedness has also been shown after the successful achievement of Operation Sindhu. So there are multiple achievements coming in from the Operation Sindoor, and sources have told us that this is certainly telling us as to how we have been able to strike without even escalating things, and we have eliminated the key terror operatives. We have made massive damage to Pakistan's military establishments, and also it is certainly telling us as to how the India has been able to send a global message. And there was also a tri-service synergy where Indian Army, Navy and Air Force executed coordinated strikes. Proof of this is also the proof of India's growing joint warfare capacity. One more thing which we are learning from our sources is that, during the operation and even after the operations, we got massive support from across the world. And at the same time, the narrative on Kashmir has been changed. So there are multiple achievements coming out after the successful Operation Sindoor. We have been able to tell to the world as to how this is Naya Kashmir, which will always and always punish terror sponsored on Indian soil.
Oh, absolutely. That's a very major point that you're making there, that terror will be punished at source. I want to tell our viewers the significance of the airstrike on the Bolari airbase, and that's now playing out on your television screen. Now, the Indian Armed Forces, when they did their detailed briefing, you had the Director General of Military Operations, Air Operations and Naval Operations. They explained this, and I want you to look at it. The front apron, you see debris there. The munition impact point is right at the center of the roof, and that shows you how precise the strike was at Bolari. There's possible structural damage. They're pointing it out in that when they've taken a look at the satellite imagery that has come in, there's possible structural damage at 3 different locations. The target area, the hangar with a short taxi to runway for a quick reaction asset. That's extremely significant, the losses that are being pointed out. They've lost 1 Pakistan Air Force squad leader and 50 personnel of the Pakistan Air Force, and losses of life anyway. It's very painful. But there's one message that has to go out, that Pakistan cannot continue to use terrorism as an instrument of state policy and bleed us. And sadly, we've lived through an era where there were celebrations in Pakistan when there were terror attacks in India or even during the Kargil war. Unacceptable. This India will not accept it. There will be consequences. And perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he sent across that message that there will be consequences and unimaginable consequences, did Pakistan Armed Forces imagine that 11 of their frontline air bases and radar stations would be taken down, all the way from Skardu down to Bolari? There's not one air base in Pakistan, as Air Chief Marshal Bhadauria and several others have told us, that are not in the crosshairs of the Indian Armed Forces and with standoff weapons. This time, it was a demonstration of intent. Next time, God forbid, if Pakistan continues to use terror as an instrument of state policy, and the government has made it very clear that there will be consequences, and an act of terror will be seen as an act of war, then instead of 1 wave per night, there could be multiple waves each night. That's something that Pakistan knows, and the nuclear bluff has been called out by India. Message conveyed. Joining me now on this India Today special broadcast is Lieutenant General V.K. Saxena, former Director General of Air Defense, because air defense has played a very critical role. And very kind of you, General, to have been so patient, to have joined me once again on this show. Great to have you on this show. I want to understand from you how India was able to punch such a hole in Pakistan's air defense.
If you really ask me, as your previous speakers have brought out, Operation Sindoor has had multiple achievements, and basically at the center of it all is the air and air defense operations. I will take you through one by one, step by step.
Yes.
I will not come directly to the 11 strikes today. I will take you up on the 8th night, or in fact on the 7th night. 22nd April is equal to terror. 27th May replied in terror. terror versus terror, we destroyed their sites, 9 sites in Koti, Muzaffarabad, whatever places you very well know, and we made 2 announcements. What are the 2 announcements we made? First announcement. It is absolutely focused, measured, and non-escalatory. We have replied terror to terror. If you escalate, it will be replied in the same domain and in the same intensity. Remember, these 2 words are important.
Fair enough.
Now, what
If I
happened
may,
thereafter?
terror to counter terror is what you mean. Terror from
Yes.
their side to our
Terror,
destroying terror bases there. It is our
Yes.
counter-terror operation. Go on,
Yeah,
sir. I just
I'm
wanted to
saying-
clarify for the benefit of viewers across the border. India Today is watched very extensively across the world, and just a small for the benefit of those viewers overseas and those who, some of them, majority of our viewers across the world, they are rejoicing seeing retribution, but then there are some who are shedding tears. And it has hurt them. It has hurt them because India has struck at the heart of terror central. India struck at the very heart in Pakistan's Punjab province, in Bahawalpur and in Muridke and so many other places, including at Jacobabad. But I could go on and on. But go on, sir. Describe to us the hole that was punched in Pakistan's air defense, sir.
So I'm just taking you step by step. I'm just escalating the whole thing. Thereafter, on the next night, there were a large number of drones which have come. Has Pakistan become a great drone power overnight? No. You understand and know the enemy fully. Pakistan has got range and depth of drones across an entire range, not built up yesterday, but built up over a long period of time, some of their own and most of them imported. It was 1997 when they did the first STAR machine started. You know what is a STAR? That is intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition, and reconnaissance, with basically reconnaissance machines. They started, and the first one which came out, very small ones which are not even relevant now, Ababil, Jasoos, Baz, and so on. I'm not even talking about that.
No, and I want to stay on this subject today, sir, because, there's so much that we have to tell our viewers. We'll go into history another day, but on the current situation today, I want our viewers to know how India was able to punch a hole in the enemy's air defenses. The significance of SEAD, the significance of suppression of enemy air defenses using the loitering munition where there is requirement and using firepower, kinetic firepower in terms of your aircraft and missiles where required.
Absolutely. Somebody asked a question in your show, how come these targets were chosen and why didn't we go the whole hog? It is very, very important to understand what did we hit and what is there across in the structure of air defense. In the structure of air defense, there are 3 verticals which are there across the board. One is enemy's long-range early warning radars. This is a part of Pakistan Air Defense Ground Environment System, which started way back. And today, they have a large number of radars positioned at various places. They may be Chinese radars, they may be ANTPS series of radar, there are any number of radars, range from 200 to 700 kilometers deployed there. What is their role? Their role is simply to look deep, to look large, assess the air situation picture, convert it to recognize their situation picture by who's the enemy's aircraft and who are own aircraft, warn our air strike assets, which may be aircrafts, which may be long-range missiles, which may be ground-based missiles.
Absolutely. And we were able to punch a hole in it, and the next day, we were able to send in, whether it was the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, and that's huge. Sending in the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile and sending in your air-launched assets. General Saxena, quickly on the point of the air-launched assets, because that's important. Viewers, I want them to remain current on what's happening right now, sir.
But I'm trying to bring out a point. I'm trying to bring out a that's striking. Like, for example, striking in Lahore the other day to take out an radar of an HQ-9B. Why did we only take out a radar? In an air defense system, if you take out the eyes and ears of an air defense system, the system itself becomes important. So HQ-9P is a long-range missile with 125-kilometer range and a large number of launchers and radars and so on. We took out the eyes and ears, simply. And thereafter, the HQ-9B was destroyed. Today, what happened? On the 11 bases which were struck today, by our precision standoff weapons, which you are aware, I am not going to name them. Where are the important radars? In Rafiki, you saw Rafiki, where was the important air defense radar was there? Also, there was important air defense radar on Sakat. There is important air defense radar on Chaklala. Why did we take that out? We are trying to cripple the overall air defense eyes and ears so that tomorrow that gap is seen not only in the radar, it is seen in their ability to detect our air threat, to control it, to direct their fire onto us, and to control the air defense battle seamlessly. That is where the hit is important. That is where the scale is important. Now, why did we hit only like runway, like the Air Chief Marshal was bringing out? If you make a crater in the runway, it becomes non-ops for a certain amount of time. And if it is a real operation, we would have taken 1, 2, 3 runs over it over a period of time and keep it non-ops. This is a signal we have given. Not only we can destroy your airfields, we can destroy the air defense radar. Now in Chunian, see, look at Chunian where it is. The air defense radar is a huge radar. It is a radar ANTPS 117H. If you destroyed that, what is the thing you have done? You are actually killing somebody. You are actually
His eyes and ears.
You are actually blindfolding the forces, eyes and ears, so that now what are they controlling? They are controlling drones, they are controlling aircrafts, they are controlling missiles, they are controlling ground-based air defense weapon systems. All that you have put a dent onto them. That is one big show. What is the other important thing?
I'm so glad you were able to point that out, and so accurately what India was able to do is, as you put it very politely, blindfold him, but if I may, gouged out his eyes. Remember, India is always accused of being a victim of the Prithviraj syndrome. This time, India is able to send across that clear message that there are consequences if you bleed India. There are consequences that India will impose costs on the radical Islamist state sponsor of terror. General Saxena, for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks. We've run out of time on this part of the debate, but we shall continue this in the days and weeks ahead. Many thanks for joining me. Operation Sindoor has many major takeaways. 9 major terror hubs have been destroyed. More than 100 terrorists have been killed. Between 35 to 40 Pakistan Army personnel were killed just in the response to ceasefire violations. But apart from that, 50 Pakistani personnel were killed at that Bolari base. The hijackers of IC-814 were brought to justice. They were sorted out in Bahawalpur. Some others were sorted out. Other terrorists in Murid Cave, 100+ terrorists. Pulwama plotters killed in the strike. Several Pakistani fighter jets have been destroyed. Multiple Pakistan Air Force bases have been decimated. Pakistan's radar system has been crippled. Pakistan's DGMO chose ceasefire. He chose to seek a ceasefire, but India is saying there is a pause. Pakistan has been put on notice. If it behaves, there will be peace. If there is terror, there will be consequences. And we'll track that story very, very closely. That is all I have for you on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी। और नहीं चेखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
Oh, sorry.
Ui, ada. Maya, oh.
are watching India Today.
Good evening, I'm Anjali Istwal. Welcome to India Today. Let's take a look at the headlines of this hour. India fulfills Operation Sindoor objectives. Forces confirm over 100 terrorists killed, 9 terror hubs destroyed in Pakistan. India cautions Pakistan any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Indian strike at Pakistani airbase kills 50. Pak's cordon leader Usman Yusuf among dead. Multiple Pak fighter jets destroyed in strike. Reports claim India fired BrahMos missile at airbase. Forces maintain high vigil on Pakistani movements. Navy says units positioned in Northern Arabian Sea with full readiness to strike Karachi and other cities if Pak provokes again. India explains use of BrahMos missile to target Jaish bases. Reveals Jaish Bahawalpur headquarters was hit the hardest. India says Jaish has bled India since 90s. Hours after ceasefire pact, Pakistan seeks water relief. Sources say Islamabad likely to urge India to revoke Indus Waters Treaty suspension. New Delhi remains firm on suspension. India-Pak military talks set for Monday. The fog of war has finally lifted, and it looks like India's Operation Sindoor has been a massive success across the board. India's top military leaders stepped in to clear up any confusion and put an end to any rumors swirling around about the operation. It has now been revealed that Operation Sindoor resulted in the death of 40 Pakistani personnel, while India suffered the tragic loss of 5 soldiers. Despite a ceasefire currently in place, India remains on high alert, with its navy strategically positioned near Karachi, ready for any future skirmishes. In the skies, India has asserted complete control. Several Pakistani jets were shot down, and not a single enemy aircraft breached Indian airspace in the past 3 days. With calm gradually returning, India has made its position clear. Operation Sindoor was not only a decisive strike on terror infrastructure, but also a strong demonstration of its military superiority, both in defense and offense. And while a ceasefire may be holding for now, India has issued a stern warning: any further provocation from Pakistan will be met with a swift and forceful response. Well, as we just told you, what we can gather from the briefing that was held, in which the DGMO and also the Director General of Operations of Air Force and Navy told us that India, with its Operation Sindoor, managed to completely attain its objectives. That was one big question, and India has made it clear now. Let's try and understand what are the big takeaways of the Operation Sindoor. Well, there were 9 terror hubs that were destroyed initially when India struck Pakistan terror bases. 100+ terrorists were killed in that airstrike. That is a huge number. In fact, 35 to 40 Pakistani army personnel are believed to have been killed in skirmishes along the border as well. In the strikes that were made on the terrorists, hijackers of IC-814 were killed. And India had been looking for them and looking for retribution for that for a long time. Also, Pulwama plotters, they were also killed in these strikes. Several Pak jets were also destroyed. This is what the Indian Air Force told us. Although they would not like to put a number on it, though they have